Good evening. This is the October Town Council meeting for the Town of Bay Harbor Islands. It is 7 o'clock. We're going to call the meeting to order. And we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And we have a special someone who's going to come up.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good job.
Hold on a second.
Hello? You know what? Illegible. By the way, this is Gabriel. You want to say a little bit something about yourself? I'll just say, hey, Gabriel's 8 years old. You're in the 3rd grade at Ruth K. Broad. Your current focus is art and music, and you enjoy spending time with your 2 brothers, Alexander and Emmanuel. And your proud mother is a longtime Bay Harbor Islands resident. Know your mom. So, anything you want to say to everybody? Nothing? All right. And this is for you. This is a certificate of recognition for the pledge. And we have something a little bit extra, so. You know, every month, as you guys probably know, for those of you who've been to our council meetings, I try to get a student, someone who lives here. You know, this is actually unique because rarely do we get someone who actually lives in Bay Harbor and whose parent actually works in Bay Harbor. And also really special, Bay Harbor is a very small town, a little less than 6,000 residents. It's very special to have a family of someone that's a service member. And it's interesting, for all the years that I've known you, I didn't know that your husband was a service member. And for those of you who don't know, Gabriel's dad is in the U.S. Army and was actually injured in the line of duty, actually in Afghanistan, and was injured that, and he's actually out of the hospital. But it's something that, you know, it's nice to always remember everyone on Veterans Day, but for those that are actually family of service members, it's every day. And we're going to do something really special, something I don't think we've ever done this, not since I've been there. But for Gabriel, for Mom, and for you 2 brothers, we're going to have a special one night at the Ritz-Carlton, paid for by, on behalf of the local people. It's something very special. I thank the family. It's something really special. It's a small token for yourself.
Thank you.
That's my daughter's eternal.
Okay. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Yaffe?
Here.
Councilmember Tricoche?
Here.
Councilmember Slaughter could not be here tonight. Councilmember Reed?
Here.
Councilmember Fuller?
Here.
Vice Mayor Bruder?
Here.
Mayor Leonard?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Okay, great. Any requests for withdrawals, deferments, and future agenda items? Anybody?
Future agenda item.
Future. You got it.
Last year, we approved a small incentive of forgiving a little bit of the fees for those who install impact windows, and I didn't realize that it sunsetted in December of last year, so it was only for 6 months. So I'd like us to revisit it, and in the meantime, I'll ask the town, to pull the numbers and see exactly what it costs, but, and so that'd be good. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Anybody else? I've already asked the staff to look at revisiting our ordinance pertaining to smoking ban, considering not just parks but also government facilities and also the e-cigarettes, to see if that's covered under there, so that's probably going to come up in the next meeting also. Anything else? All right, hearing none. Town manager's report?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd just like to, if you're aware that we reopened the Scott Winters Park recently, we underwent an upgrade on our field where we went from a natural turf to a synthetic turf. And we were the first a city or town in Florida to use a all-organic field. One of the things that get criticized about synthetic turf fields is the rubber that's put in them. Ours was the first not to use any rubber. It's all synthetic. It's all natural cork, walnut, husk, and sand. And they were very happy to let us be the first town to put it in. I'd also like to thank Public Works, our town engineer, J.C., and our electric contractor who played a really major role in getting that done very quickly and on budget. It's $152,000. It started at $162,000 and we did it at $152,000 to install it, and it came out really nice. I'll let J.C. talk about parking meters for a second.
The new parking meters that we ordered have been installed on Kane Concourse. The pay-by-phone, there was when they were delivering the signs pay-by-phone, they did our signs. They had everything was nice, except they still had the Surfside logo on them, so I had to send them back. And now they just came in on Friday. We're going to be installing them this week, and once they get installed, we'll be going live as far as pay-by-phone.
Does that include the brown lock also?
Yes.
Very good, thank you.
As you know, Mayor, we were supposed to have a grand opening of a community center on November 6th. We were working on a very tight timeline, and unfortunately, due to the hurricane, we got set back on our installation of a terrazzo. And in addition to that, we really were set back with the sign would not be delivered on time. It's when we changed the name of the community center. So we're going to look to push that back. We'll be letting everybody know with either a postcard, and we'll be doing some signage and getting it out on social media when we have the date. It shouldn't be too much further into the future, but it's coming along very nicely over there. Lastly, Council Member Salver last week asked me to look into and investigate health insurance and the possibility of revisiting that topic. He asked me to see if there was any prohibitions of the council joining again, or if they wanted to consider it. I did look into it. I thought I had more time because I was going to put this in November, but our deadline, if you want to consider it and look at it, would be the 31st of October. So I've done a lot of research on it. There is no issue with it as far as the town, and the insurance carrier is concerned. However, the decision would have to be done by the 31st. If possible, maybe another meeting could be held to discuss it and consider it, if that's what you would like to do, and make a decision at that point. But at least, because if we go past November, if we go back past the 31st, it'll be out the window. And that's it. So if you want to consider that, I just ask to put that out there.
What's the pleasure of the council? I would recommend if it's something that we're going to discuss, it should be a noticed public meeting, and we have a special meeting to discuss it, so.
It has to be noticed.
So,
I'm not in favor of it. I'm not in favor of a special meeting. I think, if anything, it could be on a regular agenda and look at it for next year, but I serve as a volunteer proudly. I don't expect any compensation. We do receive 2 annual passes for the toll at the bridge, and that's all I expect. The town has a long-standing tradition of volunteers serving on the council, and I'm very happy to do it for no compensation at all.
Ron, you and I had a conversation about that earlier today. Isaac's not here to speak on it. You advised me that if individual members of the council wish to do so, it would be at no cost to the town, because the council members would pay their own premiums in full for themselves.
I failed to mention that, Isaac. That was his question to me, if to pay the full premium, so there would be no cost to the town other than just adding them on. So that was.
Yeah, 4 years ago, this came up, and at the time, it was possible that there was a negative consequence that might raise the premiums just by inquiring. So maybe that's changed, but that concerns me.
Do you want...
That was a situation 4 years ago.
Is that the situation, that if we inquire into
It was, yeah, when I spoke to Kelly earlier, the issue back then was the timing of it, when you start to investigate it, so that was really the issue back then.
Well,
It's not an issue now, though.
No.
Well, I'm not I have to agree with Kelly. I am not in favor for myself
Excuse me.
for insurance. I think that we know that when we get on the council, exactly what we're getting into, what are the ramifications of running, what are our, what we're supposed to be doing up here, and I don't think health insurance is one of those things that we should be having, whether we pay for it or not. That's a private matter that you think that you need to do either with the place that you work full-time with or, privately. I don't think that that's something that we should burden the taxpayers with.
Oh, do you want any other comments? Anyone? No? Okay, all right. Hearing none? Okay. All right.
Is that a
Anything
yay? Okay. That's it for me.
That's it? Okay. All right, council reports. Councilmember Tracochet.
I'm going to hold. I'm just really excited that Scott A. Winters is open, and I want to thank everybody for their work on it. Other than that, I'm done.
That's great. Kelly?
I was privileged to attend Friday's annual one-day best practices conference that the League of Cities, of which we're a member, provide for us. And we get the opportunity to get continuing education in government. So I attended the 3 seminars, one on transportation, one on the home rule and the relationship with the county, and the other one on cybersecurity and a possible vulnerability of our data. So the county's putting together, they're always working on public transportation because their biggest complaint is congestion. I'm sure you can relate to that, right, everywhere we go. And we're not exactly right in the middle of the hub for pooled transportation, but that's really the answer, is for us not to always be in our cars. So the one thing that we might have a shot at that might interest some of you who have to go downtown is they are working on a water taxi component. So imagine maybe you drive to Hollover where there's a big parking lot. If you need to go to downtown, the Steve Clark building, you could go to Bayside, take the People Mover, and some people could commute and maybe, get off the road. So that's of concern to us. And then I had a discussion with the manager. I won't go into detail, but there's some great technology out there to protect all the data that we have here because, as you know, you hear on the news about hackers getting into, all kinds of facilities, and it's a big danger for all of us. Also on the matter of this sea level rise, and as you know, you probably noticed the pooling of the water. This is the king tide. We have a full moon. It happens every time this year. We didn't do too badly. And the manager and the engineer were gracious enough to try out a couple of backflow prevention devices, some check valves over on the West Island. And according to the manager, they were very successful. So certain places that you see the pooling of water at this time of year, it's salt water. So it'll kill your grass, it's not good for your car, and of course, the ramifications down the road with the sea level rising, we need to address that, and we need to do it now. So I also asked the manager today to reinvigorate the Disaster Preparedness Committee that years ago I was on as a citizen, hasn't met in years. They used to talk about disasters, man-made or natural, hurricanes, but I think the sea level rise is a big problem that we need to be addressing. And also, Surfside is hosting a great event on October 19th all day. If you need to do anything with your driver's license, renew, change an address, you have an issue, they're going to have the DMV outreach over there. That's October 19th, 9:30 to 2:30. There's some flyers downstairs. And that could be...
There's some in the back.
There's some in the back, too? Okay. So I've taken advantage of that. It's a lot better than going to the main office if you have any needs. So thank you for coming.
Josh? Good evening. I'll try and be quick. I also attended the Best Practices Conference, which was actually very helpful. I attended the Florida League of Cities legislative meeting up in Orlando. And again, thank you. I was also at the Scott Waters Park rededication. Thank you for getting that done timely. I appreciate it. The park looks fantastic. One final note, just everybody, please remember we're coming up on Halloween. Please be careful. The kids will be out on the roads. Please have a very safe Halloween.
Bob?
Thank you. Just briefly, I'm also a member of the Florida League of Cities Policy Committee. I'm the chairperson of the Finance, Taxation, and Personnel Policy Committee meeting. For those of you who don't know, the Florida League of Cities is basically a lobbying organization on behalf of municipalities and protects the rights, or seeks to protect the rights of municipalities in home rule. We make several trips to Tallahassee during the legislative session to advocate on behalf of municipalities. Stephanie?
I want to thank J.C. and Bridget for the wonderful work they did during the hurricane, for you being able to get all of our waste management to come out and collect all the debris so that we were sure not to get it flying around, and for all the reverse 911, and for Bridget on her own time to be doing those neighborhood things so that everybody was being able to in contact with people. I think it really helped. Also, again, Halloween is coming up. Please, if you're driving that day, be careful. There's a lot of kids in the streets, little kids and older kids. Also, we've had the farmers market for the last couple of weeks, and it's been a wonderful event, but unfortunately, at the end of this month, it needs to move. I have talked to the school, and I've talked to Ron, and the school will allow them to use the facility as long as they use the correct equipment. They can't use spikes. And, Liz is here. Perfect. I was just talking about the farmers market and what a wonderful event that is. And so they need a new home. And so, although it's not an agenda item, and it would come up, unfortunately, because of the time of essence, because they are being asked to leave because of construction, I took it upon myself to ask Dr. Rodriguez with Ron's if we could use that facility, and they said absolutely, that would be no problem, if it was okay with the council, with the blessing of the council, if that would be okay? Great. So, please, if you haven't visited the farmers market, we do have a lot of local people who are participating in that event. Parking, is now going to be at the garage, so it'll be very easy. So let's, come out and support our local vendors. Thank you.
I'll be brief. I only have 4 items. One, I also attended the Miami-Dade County League of Cities Best Practices Conference. This was our 6th year, and hopefully I think it was our best year yet. I was actually very honored to be the moderator of the housing session. We had some really good conversations, and to be honest, it's not going to be the end of the conversation in regards to housing in Miami-Dade County. Second, on a lot of people's minds still is about the Zika virus. I've been in contact with the mayor's office, specifically the deputy mayor in charge of it, and the health department. At my request, I asked that the county start trapping mosquitoes in Bay Harbor. And they started, I think, about a week or 2 ago. It took them a while to actually get out here. But they did, and thanks to that, we actually have been approved to actually be sprayed for the entire town, which, contrary to what people may or may not know, the only areas that were being sprayed in Dade County were the quote-unquote hot zones, so the areas that tested positive. So even though that they're not testing the mosquitoes, believe it or not, our neighborhoods or streets were not being sprayed for the live mosquitoes. So the county is going to work with the manager in setting up a time so that we can do a code red and inform everyone and put it on the social media as far as when and where. So we're not outside when they do it, but they'll be spraying for actually adult mosquitoes and then also separate for the larvae and coming back to make sure that the larvae do not grow. So that's a huge win for Bay Harbor, because I don't know any other city that actually is getting the entire municipality sprayed in the county that does not have a live case. But apparently we do have a lot of mosquitoes, though. That's that got proved.
I'm sorry, Sally Heyman was here today at Town Hall also dropping off. If anybody wants, you can go to Town Hall. These wipes that you can use for mosquitoes. So
But not for kids.
Not for
Not for kids.
Not for kids, but you can pick any, they're free to our citizens. You're more than welcome to come to Town Hall and pick up a couple to throw in your bag or in your, so that you can use it when you decide to go out.
And then in regards to the hurricane, I want to thank our town staff. Also thank Commissioner Hayman. She was, we spoke on a regular basis. Thank God that it didn't actually hit us, but it actually had the possibility of being a very significant hurricane. I also want to thank the governor's office. They reached out, and even though that they're in Tallahassee and we're down here, they were only a phone call away, and it's nice to have somebody call from Tallahassee and say, what do you need? It's even better to say, we don't need anything. So it was actually a real blessing, but it's good to know that our government is actually there in case we actually had a problem. They'd be there to help us out. Last but not least, I have an item here for approval. County Mayor Jimenez actually really came out for us. We asked, it was a little bit over a year ago, to, in conjunction with the building of our new community center, to build a public library. For those of you that have small children that have been to Aventura, you probably noticed it took about 10 years to build that library. We did it in about a year. And it's actually the first of its kind, having a library community center together. I think the mayor coined the term the 21st or 22nd century as a standard, and it's actually really great that we made that happen. And I think that a small token of our appreciation is to issue a key to the town in honor of his hard work in making that happen and pushing that through the county commission. So if I can get everyone's approval for that.
I'd like to ask that you just defer this to next month, because there's an election. He's up for re-election. It's very contentious, and it really looks like we're getting on board supporting him before the election. I think it would look better if we had this whole discussion next month.
I actually respectfully disagree. I mean, I actually know Board Member Regalado pretty well, and, you know, I mean, to be honest, the library is going to be opening in a couple weeks, and this is going to coincide with this. We don't have... We're probably not going to have a meeting before this happens, so that's why I asked that it be put on the agenda.
I think that got delayed, right, Ron? Didn't you say the community center is not going to be opening on November 6th?
Yes.
It's delayed, so it'll be opening after the next meeting. This way we look more neutral, like we're not supporting one candidate over the other. It's timing. And, you know, we have a lot of important former members of the council, like Mayor Wallace, who was really instrumental. It was her brainchild to bring the library, and I think they're the ones we really need to recognize as well. So they need to be invited, but I think it kind of looks a little bit like a slight, because even though the mayor might have supported it, it was sort of grassroots. It came here from within Bay Harbor.
Well, but he is the county mayor, and he's the one that actually pushed to get it approved by the county, which, regardless of what we may or may want, he's the one that made it happen. Anyway, if you feel so strongly about it, we can have a vote, and you can vote against it. How about that?
I will do that.
There you go. So we'll have a vote. All those in favor? Aye? Aye. Okay. Anyone against? There you go. Ayes have it. Thank you very much. All right, we have next public...
Mayor,
Yeah.
Mayor, before we go, I would be really terribly remiss if I didn't mention that we are having a Halloween parade on the
Of course.
31st.
Oh, how can you not mention?
Which is, I'm sorry, it's a very well-attended event. This is going to be the third year. Each year it gets a little better. We start off at Ruth K. Broad back in the field, at the Ann Bussell Field. We get there and we take a tour around the town, visiting all the businesses, and we end up on King Concourse where we show the movies on the green. And we have face painting, games, rides. We give out some candy. I know the businesses all participate. The school children also participate with donating art, which is displayed on some of the businesses, usually at the Cadillac dealer at Ocean Caddy. And it's a fabulous event, and just put it out there to make sure. If anybody wants to go, please go.
Are we putting flyers at the school?
Yes.
Yeah.
We did all the same invites. And the Chamber of Commerce, Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce, will be supplying some superheroes to be part of the parade this year.
Very cool. Public comment is 3 minutes for those of you who have not been to a meeting in a while. Public comment is for discussion of items that are not on the agenda. So just keep in mind that if you're here to speak on an agenda item, that we're going to, you know, if it's an agenda item, it's going to be on the agenda. If it's not an agenda item, it's public comment. And just so you know, for those of you, I know a lot of individuals are coming here for agenda item number 13. I'm going to take that out of order after the consent agenda, just so you know. So after public comment, we're going to do the committee report, consent agenda, and then number item 13. So, number 1, who do we have? We have, okay, Bobby from Verb. I assume you're here for, where's Bob? Okay, yeah, I assume you're here for number 13, right?
No, I actually won't, yeah.
Okay, so, I want to get, okay, next, we have, Stanley Tate. Former Mayor Tate. Yes. But keep in
I
mind,
will waive and I'll wait for the hearing on the specific item.
you got it.
All
Okay,
right, thank you.
sure. Next, we have Jay Meiselman. All right. Are you
Yeah, I know.
here for public comment, right, Jay? Awesome. Yeah, that's okay. Good evening.
Before I get started in my 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Mr. Pass it down.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
Thanks, sir.
I stopped Jay Meiselman in 10321 East Broadview Drive. I stopped reading the town flyer because I had need to get my blood pressure under control. But last month, I read that you had awarded a contract to Kimley Horn in the amount of almost $50,000 to do work again once for the town. Maybe some of you are not aware that Kimley Horn was basically fired off of this town on another project. They were the contractor who did the North Island Park on the West Island. On the north side, they did the park, and it flooded. We continued to use them. They then designed the south side of the West Island as the first project for capital improvements. If I say it was a disaster, I'd be understating what it was. So now, I see that you're giving this firm $50,000, who has left us with hundreds of thousands of dollars of damages due to their design work. If you look at these curves, these are from the north side of the West Island, less than 5 years old, or maybe just 5 years old, but it's in progress. The gutters are disintegrating. This is their design work that was approved by your next engineer, Calvin Giordano, who you are talking about tonight, giving them another $10,000 worth of work. So you hired an engineer who can't design a gutter, and then you're looking to keep on an engineer who, if you see this picture here, that's a water valve cover in the street. What's significant about that water valve cover is that the water system it used to go to no longer exists, but it's still in the street. And then the landscaping firm, or Giordano, whatever they are, can't design a tree to go in a knuckle that won't fall down. I am tired, as well as I'm sure other residents are, of paying 2 and 3 times for incompetent and terrible work. There must be at least 20 or 30 architectural and design firms currently working in Bay Harbor. Why we go back to the well and hire 2 firms who have done the absolute worst of the worst work in town. And tonight, with all due respect, you talked about backflow preventers in the catch basins. 5 years ago, 6 years ago, before the project was finished on the north side of the West Island, Albert Reuter and I had a conversation with Ron Lawson, who was there, okay? And we were on the phone with the engineers at Giordano, who said, oh, that's not necessary right now. So everybody's looking like a hero on stuff that had been discussed, but ignored. But to keep hiring these firms, there is no excuse.
So,
Thank you for your comments.
1 second. So, Ron, I'm sure you've seen the pictures. So in 5 years, I mean, if we were a private homeowner and I hired a company to do my work, and this is what I got, I don't think that I don't think I would hire them again to do a second phase and a third phase. So, why?
Well, a lot of the issues that we found when we were doing the north side, one of them primarily on the gutters, rebar was not recommended at that time. when we move to this island, on the next phase, or Phase 3 of community enhancements, all gutters still have rebar put in them. It still doesn't guarantee that you won't have a crack, but when we do replace gutters that are deficient, we replace it all new, we don't replace the entire system because not all of it looks like that, but we do we demand that we have to put in rebar, so we fix it once.
Can I just make one comment?
So let me ask you this. Whose decision was it at the time that was not recommended that we did not need the rebar? Because if it was their decision, so then it was their faulty or inability to know that that was necessary, and then after the mistake, they realized we needed it, and so then we decided to put it in on the third phase. Now, I lived through the first phase, which
That was a long time.
was a long, long time ago, which was the first nightmare, and we learned from that mistake. And my question again is, if they're the ones who decided that we did not need the rebar, and then they learned by their mistake at a cost to the town that we needed it, so is it an engineering mistake that they made? And if so, why aren't
I
they
don't know if I
paying
would
for their
describe it as-
mistake?
Hold on a second. Why don't we do
I
this?
can answer this one.
Just hold on one second. Why don't we do this? Why don't we have it on the agenda next month to discuss?
No, I'm sorry. Every
Hold on,
time I
Jay.
come here, I
Jay,
try not to get excited.
I'm sorry,
but
Jay.
you
Jay,
defer
Jay,
everything.
no, I don't.
You've answered asked a question, and I can give you the answer.
Jay, hold on a second, please. We have a time limit to handle the agenda for tonight. I'm saying this,
Well,
this is
then-
an important,
okay.
this is
Let's
an
make a couple
important...
quick points on it first, though, before,
Right.
because I think we all want to
Well,
say minor comments first.
let me just
and then we
finish
can
this.
go.
Then I want to defer any bidding or appointment to anybody until we first figure out how we ended up like this. So we shouldn't be giving any...
And I can tell you in 2 sentences, maybe not 2 sentences, when the project on the north side of the West Island was started, we were a third of the way through it, and Howard Hollander and I came in and said, stop, the gutters are falling apart. And nobody wanted to stop. I had a conversation with you, and I had a conversation with Bob, and it was me that I happened to be lucky enough to be doing a job in Golden Beach while they were doing the same thing, and I saw them installing the steel in the gutter, and then that became the detail for the gutters on the East Island. So it wasn't Giordano, it wasn't Kinley Horn, it wasn't our engineer in Bay Harbor, it was just me observing somebody else doing it a different way.
Actually, let me just clarify one. You and I had a conversation, I wasn't on the council yet, but I remember, because I was complaining as well, because they were ripping things up.
Thank you.
And I saw some of the stuff that was just terrible back then. But let me just ask, because Jay makes a very valid point. One of the things I want to ask you, though, is, why are we going back to the same people? I mean, before we go into it, let's say we defer till next time.
Kinley
what we're gonna do about it.
Horn did not design the north side of the island. That was Calvin Giordano did, Jeff.
Well, that goes to the point which I discussed I have with you today, that I'm not going to vote in favor of any award of any project to Calvin Giordano. So anything that's on the agenda regarding Calvin Giordano, it's a no. Because I think that it's been a good number of years since we've done a request for qualifications, an RFQ, and invited, competent engineering, landscape architectural firms to come to the town, speak before the council, speak with your office about their qualifications, and we can make a decision as a council which are the best firms to be on the list to get work from the town.
I mean, it's a valid point.
We have not really used Calvin Giordano in anything since that community enhancements, and we haven't. That's several years ago. And the thing that's on tonight was a landscaping matter, or landscaping project, and the landscape architect did that for...
But when I asked you about that project, the initial thing that, to see what we can do, who did you go to? You went back to Calvin Giordano.
He had done the original design on that park back...
The only reason why because in that project, years and years ago, with the old Parks and Recreation Committee, when Al Baruta was on there, they came in and they did they were just tossing ideas around for as far as parkland, and that was one of the sites that they had talked about. And so he did a sketch, rendering a couple of them, And that's how it ended up when your idea came up as far as, possibly putting a park there. They had already done a sketch, they just...
Yeah, but now I've got a problem, is we're looking back at whether or not we're going to do work with them, with that firm as well anymore.
It doesn't have to be designed by them, it doesn't...
I have a question. So, if they did not put rebar in a gutter, and obviously now it's a few years later, it fell apart, but they decided subsequently to put rebar in future gutters, then why won't they go back and fix all these gutters and do them right? Isn't that considered malpractice if they didn't do it correctly?
No, it would be, they're the engineer. You have contractors that install it
Right.
under their guidance, and after a certain amount of time, you can't collect on it.
But it's hard to blame the contractor, but, this is a...
Not, in all fairness,
How can
I
they not
don't
be
know.
held accountable is what I'm asking.
They can be, depending on what the scenario is and what they find is the cause for the breakdown. Each side's going to blame each other, whether it's the engineer, whether it's the contractor, and so that's a possibility.
You were given an extended warranty on that, and nobody called for the warranty.
Jay,
You're right. And
all right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to put this on the agenda for next month, and we're going to move on to the rest of public comment.
But, hold on.
No. We're going to finish public comment, and we're going to discuss this for next month.
But in light,
I understand.
But in light of the fact that we're now potentially holding back on everything, I know people want to talk about it, I'll defer 13.
Well, one second, I don't think we should
I'm not sure that we
defer.
should defer 13, because the issue isn't necessarily awarding
Yeah.
the contract to Calvin Giordano.
But that's it, no, but that's
No, but the
not-
primary issue is whether we want to park there.
I don't mind having a discussion for it along those lines, if you want to do that, but as far as awarding it to them,
Yeah.
Right,
I'd have an issue with that right now.
Right.
But as far as, if you want to keep it on and leave it on
Yeah.
for
Yeah, I mean,
the
people
discussion, I'm
want to
happy to
speak
keep
on
it
it,
on.
so but I understand what you're talking about. Okay. Next for public comment? Sure, we have a long list, so.
Yeah.
And by the way, for those of you who don't know, we have a policy that we conduct all the people's business in 4 hours. So whatever's not done by 11 o'clock is done. So with no more 2 o'clock meetings, we don't have that privilege anymore. Paul Rufield.
Paul Rufield, 1231 95th Street, Bay Harbor. Frankly, I'm very glad I came early tonight and I heard the first item that came up, because, well, let's just say that Vice Mayor Bruder and Councilwoman Reed, I believe, gave the perfect answer to the request that was brought up. You can't go back and say, oh, we're going to give them this now, even though they didn't get it when they were first elected. In fact, this discussion has been held in Bay Harbor Island for over the years, and I'm talking about the purchasing of health insurance for the council. And it has been voted down every time. And to bring it back up again, personally, I think it's unconscionable to even consider it. I think it's something that if you do, then each one of you has to look as to why you ran for the council. Was it for your own personal allurement? Or was it to see what you could get out of it? Because it sure sounds like the latter. I don't know anything else to say about it. I just think it's low. And if you want to take it from one of our current political campaigns, when somebody goes low, you should go high. And going high would be standing there and saying, no, we've got enough costs. Our residents have enough costs. Costs are going up, and they're not going to go down. Your residents are going to be paying a new library tax. there's now been an increase proposed in both the water and waste collection?
Excuse me, hold on one second.
I'm sorry, I thought I turned it off.
Please.
Forgive me.
In both the water and waste collection, which is going to mean more money out of the residents' pockets? I don't think you have the right to ask for the residents to pay for your personal expenses.
All right, Francis Newhut.
Francis Newhut, 1060 Kane Concourse. For the record, I did not state in the August 18th and 8th, 2016 Town Council minutes, which you're approving this evening, that I was opposed to the religious institution Church by the Sea proposed on the business district. What I did state and found in the public records was that instead of council allowing the town residents their right to a required council public hearing to discuss this particular relocation of tax-exempt Church by the Sea and its proven affiliation to the BDS movement.
Hold on one second.
Well, my timing is still
Yeah,
going.
hold on. You'll get an extra 10 seconds, okay?
To discuss this particular relocation of tax-exempt Church by the Sea and its proven affiliation to the BDS movement. They prefer to have secretive meetings with owners of Bell Harbor shops and their very profitable expansion with alleged plans to rid themselves of both the problems of a tax-exempt church and signing of the BDS movement. Last year, 2015, the town manager, this is last year, in January, and I quote this, "It has been recommended that we do not proceed with a public hearing and have the Church by the Sea just follow our normal path of approval for a new building and go to step DRC and proceed with the P&Z zoning for the review and comments before a final approval." Then we have the deputy town clerk on 4/16/2015 getting a phone call from Sandra Villan from the Whitney Family Development, who would like to meet with all of you to contact the town council to discuss the Bell Harbor Shops expansion. Only a few years ago, the Anti-Defamation League has claimed this particular BDS movement as anti-Semitic when they began boycotting against Israeli products and international sanctions against Israel. Therefore, why did council, when very much aware, signed the state bill, section 2-4, prohibiting the town and pension fund from procuring goods or services or otherwise contracting with a business which engages in the boycotting of Israeli products? Why, with Bay Harbor Island having a substantial number of Jewish residents and council living in Bay Harbor Islands, and only a handful of Church by the Sea members affiliated with the United Church of Christ, and their pensions and the signing of the BDS movement, why is council only allowing themselves to listen to an opinion given by a hired town attorney and allow approximately 70,000 square feet of a tax-exempt church religious institution to be built when it has proven to be affiliated with a dangerous organization that may possibly, in these times, create harm and safety and welfare of our community? Attorney had stated the BDS restriction does not apply to a zoning application. Although I feel in the best interest and safety of our town residents and council should not be given the right to plausible deniability of the BDS movement and the going against of our town laws, State Bill Section 2-4, and allow for our council to have a public hearing to discuss this BDS movement.
Right.
Thank you.
For your comments, Mrs. Newhut. Juan Lorena. Good evening.
Good evening, Juan Llarena, 1155 103rd Street, and a lot of contention here up to now. but I want to say that our problems are really that of luxury. There are many, many huge problems in the world, but that's not what I came here for. 2 items, the walking paths on the West Island, the green stuff. I thank you for looking into this, for considering it, and for thinking about the people who walk. This is really a very unpleasant place to walk if you're a walker. Cars are barreling by you at 25 plus, and they don't budge. But I want to say that there's another way to do this before you spend a lot of money on that. And it's been brought up before by other people, and you can turn the outer loop of this island, of the East Island, one way, except for 96 to 95th, 96 to 97th, all the way to the school needs to be two-way for sure, no doubt about that. But the rest of it can go counterclockwise, according to the traffic flow, in a one-way direction. You'd have a huge area then for walking and biking and everything else, much safer for the kids as well, which is very important. So I'd really like you to look into that before you spend, a lot of money. Striping is very expensive, and please look into that. It's, I think, very simple to do. This town has a history of doing what it wants. It was founded on that premise. So our late Mr. Broad has told me that several times. So the second item, I'd really like to encourage you not to sell the land on West Bay Harbor Drive and 95th Street. That's an asset to this town. You don't know yet how you might need it. Unless we're broke, and we're not, you don't need to sell it. So I'd really like us to keep that piece of land. Thank you.
Comments. Kathleen Kennedy. Good evening.
Good evening, Council, and happy Jewish holiday to all of you. And to the Christians, whatever. Anyway, I just want to say, I want to give kudos to our administration, because how they prepared for Hurricane Matthew was amazing. You did it early. Public Works, everybody working in concert there was amazing. I have to tell you, and I was out there just walking my doggies, wouldn't know if I was going to go to Aventura to rent a hotel, but you guys made it happen. Very, very good job, and you're right on top of them lousy, some of them, lousy developers who poured the cement down our drains. You had Public Works out there draining our drains. Amazing, amazing job to our administration and to all the department heads. Good job. I'd also like to reinforce the Doris Morano bench that we all talked about. We have to honor our county people that do voluntary work for us, and we need to honor them, please. So put that in, and I'd like it at the Passive Park. And I have it in for you later, Josh, even though I love you, but it's okay. I strongly support the Church by the Sea. They're going to be doing amazing things for our town when they move here, and you just have no idea. I'm involved with them. I have someone here, and we're going to be doing really good things for our community center. Right, JC? And then I would like to wonder, why come we don't have a sign that says, "Welcome to Bay Harbor Islands"? So I have so many people that say, where is it? If you're coming from North Miami, you don't know where you are. So let's try and concentrate on that sign, welcome to Bay Harbor Islands. And then last but not least, a community board. Aventura has a beautiful one that just went up that gives all the things that are happening in the town. Let's do it for our citizens. And other than that, welcome Church by the Sea.
All right, thank you for your comments. Anything else for going? We have Liz Hernandez.
Good evening.
Hi, Jimmy.
Liza Hernandez,
Oh, sorry,
1175 101st Street. That's okay, Liza with a Z. Liza Minnelli. First of all, I really want to thank you all for being so supportive. I can remember the first day I came here, very nervous to come up and speak to you because of all the contention in every meeting. But I'm so happy that you've all been supportive. This has been an interesting journey. I know when I first started, you said to me, the first time we tried this, it didn't work. Well, I'm here to tell you after the 7th market, I can tell you why the farmer's market didn't work and what it takes. It's definitely been an education for me, and one of the things that I know is that 3 minutes isn't going to cut it to kind of figure out how we can all get together and work together to keep it going. I am the director of sales at Bijou Bay Harbor, and myself and the developer collaborated to bring this farmers market to the community. Myself as a resident, so it wasn't just a developer doing something to bring people. This was also as a resident, me wanting to do something for our community. I can tell you something interesting that has happened. In a town where there are a lot of people that are on opposite sides of things, this is something that brings people together, and they actually speak to each other at these markets. I myself had a very interesting experience here. I've met a wonderful resident here named Janet Adler, who is a very long-time resident and has become very near and dear to me, and it had not been for this market, I would have not met her. And it's something that we need, a sense of community here. But I would love to somehow get a meeting scheduled so I could share with everyone what it takes, how it works, what we can do together. And thank you, Stephanie, so much for helping with relocation.
My suggestion is maybe that you go to Parks and Recreation and through them, you know, you can work with them.
Okay.
And
Any guidance you can give me.
with them, and they can help you through that department, you know. That volunteer group is a go-getter group, and they'll be happy to work with you.
Okay, thank you again.
We have a meeting set up for, we have a meeting set up towards the end of the month, the 25th.
25th?
I'll send you an email.
Okay, but you have my email address, right?
Yeah.
Thank you again. I think Janet wants to speak as well. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Janet?
There we go. Come on up.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Janet Adler, Island Point. I think that's enough to say Island Point. Everybody knows where it is. Resident, owner. Everybody stole my thunder. I was going to tell you about this wonderful farmers market. I basically have nothing to say at this point, except I'd like to take you back for a few minutes or a few seconds down memory lane, which is why this is so important to me. When I first moved to Bay Harbor back in 1957, you had a beautiful pool right across the street. And every single day, those of us who didn't have a pool in our building would go to the pool with our children. Friends were made, long-lasting friends. Husbands would come on the weekends, and it was a gathering place. And that's how I feel about the farmers market. It's a gathering place. Liza and I are doing all we can to bring people who actually are making things. We have Ola Chloe, who is a person who makes beautiful children's dresses, who is showing in the farmers market. You can't buy these things. My son, who has smoked fish, which is only sold in the farmers market, with lots of wonderful customers coming from as far away as Collins Avenue in the high 50s. So they're coming in, but we need your help. We need to get the word out. We need your help. And Liza and I will do the best that we can to keep it within the restrictions of whatever the council requires. I thank you very much.
Thank you. And a plug that's really good Nova, by the way.
And they're volunteers, by the way.
Yeah. Victor Maya. Here you go. Good evening.
Victor Maya, 1155 103rd Street. Think for a second about the incredible irony of the town manager bragging that the town now has the first truly organic artificial field in the state of Florida. How ironic is that? We took a perfectly fine grass field, all natural, decided that wasn't good enough, spent $150,000, and oh, this is great, it came in under budget, we were going to spend more than that. So now we have an organic artificial field. It is amazing how rich this town is. You know, that it can take a field that's not even a year old, rip up all of the irrigation, you know, that went with it, and replace it with the first truly organic artificial field. How amazing is that? At any rate, I did want to thank the town staff and others for making the hurricane experience very well. I was happy to receive all of the notices and the information coming to me. I thought it was wonderful the way that we had Waste Management come by on Friday and other days as well to help in the cleanup. One thing that I also appreciated was the opportunity to take my car to the town garage. Unfortunately, when I got there, it was all lined up with brand new Cadillac Escalades, all the way up, at least 30 or 40, I didn't even count them. I could not park there because they were all filled with Cadillac Escalades. And so my question is, you know, are they paying to store their merchandise in our garage? You know, and does that give them the right to those spaces? And if all they're buying are parking spaces as opposed to storing their merchandise, I think we need to relook and revisit that arrangement because that's actually their stock, you know. And so I don't think that it's fair to us that they are taking up all of these spaces. Now, if they're paying $60 a month like everybody else, again, you need to look at it because that's not really parking. That's where they're storing their excess inventory. Thank you.
Can we clarify that, Ron? What
Yes,
is the arrangement?
They pay full price to park, a monthly ticket,
Is it $60?
$60.
Okay, so any resident who wanted to have a full-time spot there would have it, and these vehicles do?
Yes.
And I saw the parking attendant and some officers there, so what was the criteria to leave your car? Just you had to show
that we had
residence?
space, and then
Proof
we
of
made,
residence?
yeah, for residents, and once we filled up and got every car that we could possibly get in there, then we couldn't let people in. But we needed people there to make sure we could get cars out, because as soon as the thing passed, people removed their cars.
Thank you.
And Ron, also 98th Street, that was impact fees from development projects. We did not use taxpayer dollars and
Yes,
or
that's
general revenue
correct.
dollars for that field. That was 100% paid for by impact fees. That had to be used solely on parks.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, Larry Abramowitz. Okay. Sure.
Hi, Larry Abramowitz, 9705 East Broadway Drive. My main concern is that in front of my house, the sewer, every time it rains, and only in King Tide, it gets completely flooded. That's in the entrance of 97th Street, and I know there was some work done by the department and the sewer line that's actually in the back of my house. I'm not sure what they did, but we're still having the same issues, and I'm just concerned what's being done, I mean, for future, so this, you know, to prevent this from happening or getting worse.
See me after I could talk to you about it.
Okay.
I'm not
If you can get
100%
his
sure.
information and then...
Yeah,
And then
I'll
Matt
take
will-
that from you and reach out to you tomorrow.
Okay.
I thank you.
But is this related just to the flooding that happens there, or there's
I'm
something
not
else?
sure.
We're going to find out.
I'm
It's like the
not
entire
sure.
street floods in the entrance of a neighborhood. I mean, it's,
Yeah, well, it could be rain. If it's a king tide, then it's king tide.
but most every time it rains hard, it's like a pool outside
Is
the
it all
house.
I'm not
year,
sure.
is it all year round, or is it now because we haven't?
It's
I think
all
it's
year round.
97th and 101st Street are the two areas on East Broadview Drive
Yes.
Where every time it rains hard, it floods a ton of water.
It's not only king tide, it's consistent. I'm
So-
sure of what's being done.
I live on
Okay, so...
I live on that block, so I
So Ron, can you call the gentleman tomorrow? So
Perfect.
expect a call from our
Just
town
see
manager
Randy, our
tomorrow.
engineer, he'll
Yeah.
take your information.
Thank you.
Talk to him.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
I'll keep on going? Okay.
I'm sorry if I
Man-
say it wrong.
Manish? Manish?
1017 King Concourse.
1017 King Concourse, Manish Valero? Oh, okay.
Okay,
All right,
thank you so much.
Sure, very good.
owner of the Nikisi Confections Group.
All right, very good.
Oh, thank you, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And then last but not least, Vincent Martino.
Very nice.
Very good. Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. Happy holidays to everybody. Vincent Martino, 1050 93rd Street. Mr. Mayor, several months ago, we discussed sound mitigation for the building at 92nd Street, that new construction. I haven't heard any updates or seen any updates, and was wondering how soon we might expect this job to commence.
We can speak to
They're designing their...
They're still at the design phase? Well...
Okay.
My understanding is something that's custom made. If you want, we can always speak about it, so, I mean...
Well, I would, because there's about 12 residents that are affected by it every day, 24 hours a day, so I would appreciate that. And then last month, I believe I asked about a study for a four-way stop, pardon me, at 93rd Street and Bay Harbor Terrace. So was that conducted? I saw some meters or something, that was some maybe
Yeah, the county's
counters.
gonna- Yeah, and the county will report back to us whether we can do it or not.
And how long does that take?
It's
So it's not our choice?
No, they do the study, and they determine where it's about.
So it's the county?
We're responsible for the signs, they're responsible for permission to put up the signs.
Okay, all right, I didn't know that, thank you. And third thing, to dovetail regarding the gentleman who just spoke, whenever it rains, strong showers on East Bay Harbor Drive from about 93rd to 96th Street, it ponds. Yeah, so you can get a boogie board and... All right, thank you very much.
Okay, that's it for public comment? Shocking. All right. Yeah, no. Committee reports, we have a recommendation for Ms. Cam Trumbull to Parks and Recreation Committee. Can we approve that without objection? Any objection?
Motion?
Oh, I mean, we just approve without objection, so, okay, so it's approved.
Hi.
Very good. Consent agenda, anyone want to pull anything? Can we get a, actually, we don't even need a, all of them?
Did the clerk note the corrections that Mrs. Newhut made?
No.
Or, no?
No, I would have to listen. I don't know that that's true.
Okay. Okay, well then, why don't we pull those minutes and just give you the opportunity and note that I think I took, that she was opposed to saying that she was opposed to the religious institution. So you're going to check
It's semantics.
Well, she came up to tell us, the least we can do is take note of it and check it out.
I'll listen, if it needs to be corrected.
So we'll pull it and bring it back next time. So consent agenda items 3 through 6. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone against? All right, I'm going to pull number 13 out of order. So we're going to do number 13 now.
Item 13, reconsideration approval of a proposal submitted by Calvin Giordano in the amount of $9,670 for design services. I'm just reading this to know where we are on that.
Mayor, I'm sorry, but I did not hear a motion or a second so far in 80 items. On the consent, I need...
Second.
Thank you.
There you go.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, item 13. Reconsideration approval of proposal submitted by Calvin Giordano in the amount of $9,670 for design services for a park located on King Concourse and West Bay Harbor Drive. They submitted a sketch. Actually, this will be the third sketch they submitted, just to incorporate a viewing park with a dog park attached to it. And if it was approved, the Calvin Giordano part would be to develop their sketch a little further with whatever modifications that would need to be done, so it could be bid out. As right now, I couldn't say even if you went along with it, went for this, we would need to develop that a little more. Doesn't matter who does it, but it would be needed to be developed a little more to bid it out.
Okay, and for clarification, what we were talking about before is, we're going to do this for discussion of the park itself, but I don't want to move forward with Calvin Giordano. So
Josh is your item, so.
And also, one of the things I think we all, just so for clarity for everybody as well, the design that was given last time in our discussion, we talked about the fact that this is not the design that we were actually talking about. This was just the first sketch that, if I'm not mistaken, the gentleman did from his hospital room, as you explained to me. So it was more of this is just a general idea for the discussion. So that being said, let me explain what the purpose of this is. I was approached by members of the community stating that, look, we've got an open piece of land sitting right there, and it's a little bit of an eyesore, and we have no dog park, we have no access to things right there on the West Island. At the same time, we do have a problem with flooding on that piece of property. That property itself pools water, and I tell you something, every time if you go down there, if it rains, every 3-4 days later, you still have water. So the intent of this, my intent here is, A, obviously responding to citizens, but also, more importantly, at the same time, trying to make sure we don't have pooling water. I think the first question right now becomes, do we fill the property, at least to level it out, so that we don't accumulate water and have pools, so we have mosquitoes, etc. That's the first thing. Then the question became, once you have it leveled out, and once we resod everything else out there, do we just want to leave it as is, as an open field? Do we want to landscape it a little differently? Do we want to make it into a park? What is the purpose? And we had a little bit of a discussion last month about this, and we had a variety of ideas that came up here. We've had some people that talked about, I had mentioned maybe the dog park because that's what I was approached with by a citizen. We had another person, I think one or two of you talked about putting a Veterans Memorial of a waist-high monument. Nothing large, but we never wanted this to be a large park. The intent is to narrow it down, have essentially 2 benches overlooking the water, and nothing else. Very, very passive. But really the more important thing at this same point is to make sure we don't have this eyesore with pooling water. So the first question becomes, I guess more than anything else, is there an intent here to make sure we level it so we don't, forget park for a moment, so that we don't have accumulating water? Because I think, quite honestly, we cite every single resident if they have pooling water on their property. If there's a water that adds up, and I know right now we have one property in the neighborhood that does pool, and that home was torn down, and there is pooling water, and we cite them. We have to live by our own rules, and what I don't want is continued pooling water. Do we have at least a consensus as far as leveling it for purposes of, at least, before we even talk about park, about trying to make sure we don't have pooling water?
How much does it cost for us to level this property?
I don't know, I have no idea what it would cost to level that piece of property. Since I've been here, it's never been an issue as far as, I've never heard a complaint other than, if you went to walk on it after a rain, which normally people don't do, it's mushy, it does hold water. When these designs were originally done, Giano, the designer from Calvin Giordano, had said, one of the issues they had there that they would have to correct for was that it is, on one section of it, it tends to hold water. But after, there's holding water in the land, and then it perks down after a couple of days. But we're not talking about pooling water where you can fall in and, be underwater.
But nobody's talking about somebody drowning in it.
But I'm saying,
that's exaggeration.
If it's water in the grass,
But that could be, a child could drown in a few inches of water, seriously.
But the point here is that we have a scenario, and we've talked about this as a member of the council before, that we have to live by our own rules. And the first thing is making sure that at least we level it so that there is actually no pooling water. We do cite, and I know we have noticed other properties when they have pooling water. So the first question right now, before anything else, is whether or not we leave it and we decide to violate our own rules, or do we at least level it? Let's start with that.
Leveling it is not an issue for me. I can do it.
Well,
I don't know how much, but it can be done.
If it's a code issue, then we need to follow the code, and so then we need to level it. Also, because of everything that's going on with the Zika, and we don't want mosquitoes, I have no problem in leveling it. That's very different than having a park or anything else. If it's for safety reasons, absolutely, we need to follow the code, we need to do, or for safety reasons, we need to do what we need to do. But that's
That's the first part of the conversation. Then we can go into the next part. Because
Right.
if we don't even want to level, if we want to violate our own ordinances, that's one thing. What I'm saying is, first, let's say if we want to level it. So at least are we at the point where we decide that we want to follow the ordinances and level the property?
I think we also need to price it out. We need to see what the pricing is on it. Yes, we
So,
need to
well-
follow our own ordinances, but we do need to look at it.
So, no, we will look for the pricing, but again, Elizabeth, the question becomes this. If somebody else decides, hey, you know what, it's expensive, I don't feel like following an ordinance, do we say, okay, it's no big deal? We have to follow ordinances. I'm talking about just getting rid of the pooling water first. If we're doing that,
Josh, you know, I know you keep saying we're violating our ordinance. I'm not sure that that's fully, yeah, that's a tough one to go at. I'd really like to, after the next rain, I mean, I took pictures today. I mean, you could see some water in the grass, there's no doubt about it. But you would see that we had a heavy rain today, or early this morning. If after a day or two, that water is not there, because we do cut that grass, we wouldn't be able to maintain our field if there was water there, because the machines would sink into the mud. Just as we have retention areas out on the causeway that fill up with water when we have heavy rains, that water perks down, and after a couple of days, it's gone. It's almost the same as a retention area, and that's how I would look at it, because the differential from the height of road to where that is, it is pretty substantial.
that's not a design retention area. I mean,
It's not,
Ron,
but it's...
on the causeway, those are retention areas. What I'm saying right now, first and foremost, is let's get rid of the swamp land that's out there. Essentially, it turns watery. I was out there, actually, you know, I had two people that actually called me and contacted me, I know they're both here, that actually contacted me about the issue, and that they were both against it, in all honesty. I met with both of them out there on the same day. I know one is still dead against it, I understand that. One may or may not determined based on what we end up doing there. But both times that I'm out there, he took a look at the property. One time it was dry, the other time it was wet. And the fact of the matter is, but let me say, the fact of the matter is, it's not a retention area. Let's deal with the first part. Again, I just want to go step by step, because this is something, look, I understand this affects a lot of people. I'm not trying to do anything negative. I'm doing this because I was approached by a resident. So I want to start with that. The first and foremost, do we want to level this to make sure we follow steps level
Well, I think the first thing,
if you want to level...
are we in violation, so the question is, are we in violation of our code? You're saying yes, you're saying no. Are we, or are we not? So let's go
I have
to
like
the main...
leveling, I just think if we want to level it, it's great. We can level it to reduce that. But I just have a problem with saying we're violating our code, because
Marlene, are we
in violation of our code?
if someone has a property that has a source,
Somebody has a property that has standing water, we don't cite them right away. We look at the property and we see if the water percolates, it goes away. If it's standing water for 4 or 5 days, that's what it takes for mosquito larvae to grow. That's a different situation altogether. There's also a lot of water in there that comes over the seawall, which is salt water, and I see it when I come over. I saw it 2 days ago.
Mosquitoes aren't going to grow in there.
No, it's not a matter, that's true, but it's not a matter of...
Okay, there were grass.
We have water coming in.
So it's not that clear cut. I have not been watching that lot to see if there's 5 days of standing water. That's the honest answer. But when we see a property that's accumulating water, that's what we look at. Is it standing water for at least 4 or 5 days? If it is, then yes, you have a problem.
But water does not stay standing there for 5 days. It doesn't. It
Okay,
drains and
so,
it dries.
let's just follow the scenarios for a second before we even move on. What they're saying is, we're not in violation of our code.
That's not what they said.
Well,
They said if the water stands for 4 or 5 days, they have not been inspecting it. I've gone out there a bunch of times and I've seen water out there. And the fact that you have water sitting out there for a few days, it becomes a little bit arbitrary. Does the code say it has to sit for 4 or 5 days?
That's what every literature that I've read, that
It says-
mosquito larvae
No, not mosquito, but our code
accumulating.
says if we have sitting
The
water.
code doesn't say anything about sitting water.
So if we have...
We're enforcing this because of the Zika virus and
But you were enforcing
all this
that before
stuff.
the fire. There's a house on,
Yeah,
I think,
mosquitoes.
We were enforcing pools that were, green, that had mosquito in it, and things like that, yes.
So there is no code that says that if you have a yard with water in it, you're not in violation. We're enforcing it because of the Zika virus and because of our safety.
Yes.
We are now concerned about it, correct? But there's nothing written in our code that says if you have water, a pool of water in grass, that it's in violation.
We're always,
correct?
why don't we do this? Why don't we just actually monitor it for the next month, and when it comes back in the next meeting, we'll know whether or not, where we are.
Okay, I'd like to chime in when you're ready.
Yeah.
Sure.
Go ahead.
I would not have a problem with you leveling it. I think, regardless of whether it holds the water up to 5 days, at the time that you see it holding the water, it kind of looks odd, and it's not a private property, it's our property. I think it could be, I'm not a lawyer, it could be maybe an attractive nuisance. People walk on it because they can get to the water, and, it's not like we're flooded with injuries and people twisting an ankle or anything, but it's a possibility, so I think we should maintain safe properties. So, and I think it looks better. It just kind of looks undone and kind of awkward. So I would be in favor, if we do nothing else, just to kind of tidy it up.
We can tidy it.
On that same note, and I don't have a problem with that. What I'm trying to say, though, is this. If we're able to level it, if we level it to A, to make it look better, and B, to make it safer, then the question becomes, are we also creating, and this is what I wanted as a discussion, are we creating a draw to it? And if we are, because now it's open field, instead of people walking, people don't use it now because it is marshy. If they start coming to it, what I would like to do, and that's one of the purposes of the park, is to try and narrow it down so that it is not attractive to large numbers of people. Because what the residents that are against it have said to me, or at least one in particular said to me, simply it's a matter for him for security. Well, I understand that. But at the same time, we're not trying to create a scenario where we're drawing people in, but I also don't want to have a marsh there. It's an eyesore, and I think it is dangerous to have the water sitting there, not alone just through our ordinance.
Well, it seems to me even if you level it, I've been here 28 years, and I very rarely see people walking on that lot. So, even if you level it off and it just looks grassy the way it does now, I don't think you're going to be attracting a lot of people there. What will attract people is if you put any type of facilities or benches and so forth. That's what the real issue is. I'm just saying, I have no issue with leveling it if it makes sense, in terms of standing water and, mosquitoes and so forth. That's fine, but I'm saying simply leveling it is not going to attract people to that lot.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if it will or no. It's a guess. I don't know.
Can we compromise and for next month, at least have staff review it and look at it and see at least monitor it for a month.
Okay, but that's just,
we need to talk about the park.
Yeah, that's what I want to get
And
into.
whether we decide to level it or not, we need to decide.
No. It's one is part of the other, because if we're not...
I don't think so.
No. My thought process is, the purpose here to start this thing was whether or not we're leveling, or we're creating the grade so it's flat or not. If we're not touching it, we're not touching it. If we're going to clean it up, then the question is, what do we do with the property? So that's the key.
My understanding...
Hold on, guys.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just commenting.
My understanding, and correct me if I'm hearing this wrong, was that what was presented was a park, right? And we were going to vote on actually having a park in that space, okay? And my understanding of the presentation of it was we were going to talk about having a park. And I think there's a couple of things, and there's a lot of people here who want to talk about it, and what you guys feel and what you want for this town is the precipitating factor of why all of us are sitting here. But I am going to say my 2 cents on this topic, like everybody else here on this dais is. I think that there's a couple of things, and they've all been really great points as far as I'm concerned. One is that we're talking about different time frames, right? We're talking about the short term and we're talking about the long term. In the short term, this is a space that we have available that we can utilize that is on the water for residents, right? In the long term, we want to look for other locations if this is what the town wants us to do. And as a mother with small children who lives on this island, I want more parks, okay? If we want to do that, we do need to have long-term solutions for that, particularly as we are developing in this town, right? 2 is that we have a tot lot that's not too far from that. And if any of you have had small children in the tot lot like I have, if an adult comes into the tot lot, okay, without children, you look at them weird. okay? If you've ever been with your 3 or 4-year-old, an adult comes and just sits on the benches, it's a little disconcerting as a parent, okay? In reality, though, it is the only space that we have on the water available to our public at this time. So in exercising this space, or the conversation in exercising this space was, 1, it's a space that we already have, and 2, it's a space that's on the water that we could potentially offer to residents who are not on the water, right? And that was the initial thought on it. I will tell you something else. So I live on 101st Street, and I say this every meeting that I'm here and we talk about this item. I live on the street that has the most development in this town. I have 3 active sites on my street alone, one literally across the street from me and one literally right next to me. Okay? I bought in this town and I moved into this town, and our children play in the street. Okay, when we talk about our 98th Street Park and what we've put in there, it's because the park was overutilized, because it is one of our only parks that we have for the children in this town to utilize. As we continue to have an increase in traffic, which regardless of what anyone says, stay on my block for a little while, there is an increase in traffic, okay? We need to pull our children off of the street. We have to make a decision as a town if we are going to put in the resources to purchase land and create more park space, right, to pull our children off of the street, or if we're going to utilize the space that we have. Now, ultimately, that is the decision of our town and the people who are in our town as to how we're going to use it. But my understanding was that we were going to talk about a park. And so if we're going to have the conversation about a park, I'd like to have the conversation. I think I just did, but I'm not sure.
Do you want to talk about the park, or you want to do public comment?
Well, I think, before I think we're going to have public comment up here, and I think that's the key thing, but I just want to make sure, before people come up, I want them to be aware of what we're talking about. If we move forward...
Hold on, excuse me, hold on. Okay.
If we are turning it into a park, it is not intended, the idea of being here to focus it so it is not a park where there are tons of people running around or anything else along those lines. It is I'd say low-use park with a water view, nothing else, but at the same time prettying up the area so it doesn't have anything else, without blocking views, without blocking anything else out, just simply making it so that it's available. That's it. And then that's just public comment. Okay.
So we're gonna have public... Excuse me. All right. With all due respect, the way this works is as follows. The members of the council are going to speak, and now we're going to have public comment. Everyone has an equal opportunity to speak for 2 minutes on the subject. You get 2 minutes, then you sit down, the next person comes up. There's going to be a lot of people who want to speak. And then the council's going to come back, and we're going to deliberate and make a decision. Simple as that. The only thing I ask from every one of you is that you be respectful to not just the members of the council, but also to each other in regards to not speaking or applauding or whatnot. Give everyone their opportunity. That's all I ask. All right? We're not going to interrupt you. You don't interrupt us, and it all works out. All right, so we're going to start public comment. Number 13, we have... Hold on. Oh, gosh.
He wants to talk?
No, I can't. Oh, Harry. Oh, my... Harry. You should have been a doctor. I'm sorry. You're...
Harry Bruder, 1281 94th Street. And thanks for your generous service and happy holidays. Talk about the park. I applaud you for wanting another park. It's a great asset for a community, but in this case, it would be a great tragedy to the American dollar. Just a complete tragedy of waste. We have a park, if you have to make it simple, it's 4 houses from my house, which is directly across from the park, which is probably where I fit, which, whatever Fitbit, it's about 80 steps. So we have a park that's very functional at this point for many years. Many adults go through it, many kids go through it, many people play soccer on it, baseball, we have a lot of nice birthday parties. We're all very happy there with this park that's 80 steps where you want to make a new park, which is totally ridiculous. So my point is, we have a total of 50 houses on our side. We're very happy what's going on with our park that's very large, very functional, and the park that you're thinking of putting there, for whatever reason, And listen, I'm all for kids. I have 4 of them. Trust me, I love kids. Believe me. But this park would be a complete tragedy. I mean, a tragedy. First of all, there's no parking. Where are people going to come to use this park? So the people that would be using this park are the people that come from across the bridge, walking down, and go make a little pit stop on their way to the beach. It really has no use. Just a total waste of our tax dollars. And so let's just not even continue this conversation. Let's just vote it no. Find another nice site. We'll have nice park in another place for our kids to play, but not here. It's a total waste of money. Sorry, Josh.
All right, thank you for your comments. All right, next, guys. Okay. Kathleen Kenny. Better penmanship than Mr. Bruder.
Kathleen Kennedy, 9900 West Bear Harbor Drive. I thought this was going to be a passive park where active seniors can go and sit on benches overlooking the causeway and just relaxing. Why are we going through all this money and stuff? And you're right, Ron, I've never seen water over there, and I'm a walker. I'm a runner, too. I have never seen water over there, and Josh, this was my beef with you. One citizen comes to you and makes and you want to make this whole drama about a park? Let's do it. Let's put some veterans memorial in there, and let's respect, our town, and make this a nice place where we have tons of tot lots, no disrespect. We have tons of tot lots here, and by the way, they're having a good time, and you've done a great job. But let's do some benches where seniors can go read a book, look at the causeway, think about the times, the memories, make it nice. Put up some hammocks and swing from the trees. What's wrong with that? Wouldn't that be a good idea, hammocks? I mean, let's get creative here. I see some faces here.
Excuse me. Give her time, please.
Thank you, I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. I mean, let's get creative here. Everything is blah, blah, blah. I believe in, and by the way, right next to your street, Elizabeth, 101, there's another park down there, empty land. That could be a nice park for the kids, or a soccer field or something. I've always said it, right across from Island Point. So that could be another park, which we'll discuss at the Parks and Rec. But let's get something for the seniors. We can walk there, we're all active, they're all here, and we want to read books, overlook the causeway, and by the way, Doris Morano's bench should be sitting right there, and I would like to sit on that bench sometimes and think of all the good times she gave me. Thank you.
So you start off against it, but you're for, I'm not sure which way you're going on this.
I am for a passive park with only benches that overlooks the causeway and have a veteran, some sort of a memorial to our veterans. That's my only interest.
All right, thank you for your comments. Sebastian, come on up. Good evening.
I live on 95th Street.
Yeah, name and address, please.
Sebastian Villalio. And I'll be Stephanie's neighbor pretty soon, so she'll love me for that. I am not in favor of the park. I think it's a complete nonsense. And the only thing that would attract, in my opinion, it's on the safety from homeless walking, that you see them walking through 96, and for them to just sit down in there and sleep. So for me, I think it's ridiculous. If you want to talk about water seeding, we in South Florida, I think water will seed all over the state. So if you want to bring it up, then bring up the whole state. It's happening, it's called global warming, it's oceans rising, so I don't see it as an issue. And I walk with my kids, I have 3 kids, and I walk through there to get to the park, never an issue. So for me, I think it's a no-no. And if you really want to bring people over, I think we can look at other ways, which is, let's make that more restaurants in the island, or let's bring more people. If you want to bring people over for profit, not just for them to come and hang out and maybe drink on benches. I think I completely oppose, and I own 2 properties on that side, and I completely oppose the proposal.
All right, thank you for your comments. All right, Neil?
Good evening. Neil Rockland, 9601 West Broadview Drive. I'm not an expert at a lot of things, but if I'm an expert at anything, it's what's right in front of me. I live at the house
that's on the corner directly facing that park. If everybody doesn't see that park once a day or twice a day, I see it all day. Let me just first say a couple of things about what you have addressed here. Number one, even when it's not wet or marshy or soggy, people aren't in that park. I can't count a half a dozen people a month that will spend more than a minute or two, and those are on the dry days. Obviously, when it's soggy and wet, people aren't over there. You've got a retention area that has water up near the toll bridge and near the gas station, and that doesn't only hold water from the sewage or from the drainage, but also when it rains, because it's a sunken area. That's more of an attraction for mosquitoes, Zika, et cetera, up in that area. And what are we, 500 yards, 300 yards away from it? So we're just as much, it's just as much of a problematic area as potentially what's across the street. I just want to hit your items first. As far as we've got more people in the area than ever before. We don't have more people in the area. We only have so many lots. We're not talking about the people who live on the East Island. There's so many condos, but you've got 2 or 3 dog parks over there. So we're talking about a dog park that would be potentially on the West Island, and you have the same amount of homes today there as you did 30, 40, 50 years ago, and you only have so many lots. So it's not more people. There may be more traffic because of the construction, but there's not more residents. The other thing is, oh shoot, I'm out of time.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I'm going to get...
Did you reset?
Yeah, that's 2 minutes. Thank you so much, Neil. Thank you.
All right.
All right. Now we have Catherine Angleton.
Hello, I'm Catherine Angleton, 1371 96th Street. First of all, I'm much older than I look. I'm actually a park planner for the city of Miami, so I do come up with a little bit of experience about this. First of all, Joshua Fuller, council member, I'm not sure how to address you because this isn't a commission. Did you read your code? Because I read the code, and it says very clearly that if it is zoned from FEMA A, E, and AO, no, it's A, H, and AO, that is a light flooding area, and if it's A, then it's a hazardous area. This is all zoned A, so we're in the clear in terms of flooding. Obviously, you see the water inundation and everything, so maybe FEMA needs to come back and look at it again. They just changed their datums within GIS. I'm not going to get that far into it, though, which a lot of people got mad about because of their property insurance changing. I digress, though. Basically, we have several thousand square feet of park space in the area already, so I don't really think we need this park space. And, hold on a second. I wrote a lot of notes down. 57 seconds, I can do this. All right. Yeah, a lot of people have said this already, but yeah, we don't need this park space, and a lot of it's already been said. Oh, yeah. Have you guys done a leisure interest survey recently? No? Because there's a lot of people crying NIMBY, and a lot of people are pissed off, and it's probably because you haven't asked the people what they want. There's a township of, 5,600 people? Can't be that expensive to send a mail-in survey. Could it? Survey. That's all.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have the other Angleton. Jim, come on up. It's your daughter, huh?
I'm proud of her.
Yeah,
Absolutely. She had a lot more to say, but anyways, I'll take up the rest. Good evening, everyone. Hi, everybody. This was painful as hell, I gotta tell you, sitting here, going through everything. Number one, I'm the first line of defense for 96th Street. You have no idea what I have to live through sitting right there. I'm Neil's neighbor. I have an arrow sign in front of my house. I have barricades in front of there. That lot floods like crazy. You don't need a park. I have had so many vagrants come to my home, 2, 3, 4 in the morning, ask the chief. You are getting people that are walking over the bridge. The park that you like to use, ma'am, is I don't think too many of the residents, you might be one of the only ones that uses it, because I see folks coming in from Sans Souci, from Keystone Point, coming to use that lot. They don't clean up after them. It's a pigsty. Now, I think that lot should be filled up to grade, and so that we don't have the flooding. Second of all, I think it should be beautified a little bit more, and then have a nice open greenery space. Where are you going to park? Where are you going to walk around? I have big dogs. You're discriminating against my big dogs because you want small dogs. And your little small dog run? Seriously. I like the idea of having benches, but I know that the people at 3 in the morning are going to be sleeping there. So the bottom line is this. It's not safe. It's not going to be secure. And the only item I can say is it's going to cost too darn much money, and I think you should survey everybody in accordance with my daughter had cited, and get their opinion. But I think tonight's telling you that I don't think people really want this. Thank you.
Next we have Bobby Schindler.
Good evening. Thank you for your service. I mean, it is a thankless job. And honestly, I reached out to several of you on a Sunday, and you were available. Josh met me, and I really appreciate it. To begin with, many of my points have been elaborated. I'm adamantly opposed to this. There's no place to park if you have a leisure activity being driven in this space. The space is too small. I would hate to see, for safety purposes, a public safety purpose, a dog park, and a dog running out of that park and going into the traffic that's barreling down Kane Concourse going eastbound, and a kid, God forbid, chasing a dog. I mean, that is not a space that's set up for a leisure purpose. It's also going to serve, in my mind, as a distraction to traffic coming eastbound. Already, everybody, half the drivers coming eastbound on Kane Concourse are texting. Now we're going to give them something else to be distracted by. It's going to be another emphasis. It's going to be a waste of police resources, like our neighbor, Mr. Engleton, just indicated. At 3 in the morning, who's going to be hanging out there? Not 3 days a week go by where I don't see a vagrant stumbling across Kane Concourse heading east. Now we're going to provide them with a comfortable place to sleep with a nice breeze from the bay. I mean, it's absurd. Access. Now we're going to encourage people to take a left as they're heading westbound on Kane Concourse, or try and do a quick right into the western entrance onto the south side of the West Island, which is illegal. And finally, as you'd be doing future councils disservice, because many people have already conveyed to me, in 10 to 15 years when we have to replace that bridge, that space is going to be needed to expand or replace the bridge. Thank you.
Next we have Victor Meyer.
Victor Maya, 1155 103rd Street. I remember hearing Morris Broad say many, many times that the best thing that his father ever did was to build a moat in between East and West Islands. And nowhere does that statement resound than in what I'm hearing today. Here we have a proposal for a passive park, and just whether there's a park in and of itself, what type of park it is, how it's built, whether it has dogs or not or anything else. What I'm hearing is it doesn't matter what you do there, but the residents of East Island who don't have any access to the water and bay views are to be denied any type of access to view the open bays that we have. This council has on many occasions said that they are not interested in any way, shape, or form in developing not even a bike path on the Causeway Islands. Okay? So you're not doing anything there, And you have now a piece of land that you can do many things with that would give residents the access to the bay, to the views, beautiful views of the city of Miami that we don't have right now, that nobody can access from the East Island. And I think it's a shame that you use up or that you would take into account all of these excuses about vagrants and security and things of that sort when it already exists. It's already there. Okay, the access to the park is already there. Everything is already done. And what I'm hearing today is really quite disappointing. Thank you.
Next, we have Fran Newhut.
Hi, Francis Newhut, 9920 West Broadview Drive. I'm very happy that everyone came to this meeting to talk about the park. I was afraid no one would come because of the public notice. Usually when you put a notice like that out there, it's for a public hearing, and it was not announced. You see this with the developments and with everybody else who's doing a building. When you see public meeting, right away you think you have 72 hours of public notice, which I did not see put on the internet or on the calendar. The other thing I wanted to talk about with this particular park, I'm for parks 100%. And the woman who came up here recently, she is so right with hurricanes and the water and this and that, and we are a very high level for us to even consider a park where you're thinking of doing it. But more importantly is our level of service, and that's the LOS. And we're way below the proposed development and services for the future land use element. And what I'm trying to say is, just like the community center and the library that we're being taxed on, the community center is in our business district. It shouldn't have been there, but it is. It's in a garage. So scratch that one out for the business district for our future land use. The other thing is, I don't want this to be an excuse for a waterfront park. We have over $3.9 million in our TDRs that we have received. I got the deeds from government TDRs. I know that some of these people up here would like insurance, and the town would like their jobs, would pay raises. But you know what? Our community needs something also. All we do is come up here and complain of the poor services that we're getting. So therefore, please, if you're considering a waterfront park, I consider that you buy a decent-sized piece of land for our families, our children, everyone to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you.
And last, we have Miss Bruder. Come on up.
Princess Bruder.
Go, girl.
Where's Mitchell?
Getting ready to go to Sukkot. Go.
Okay, so as someone who grew up here,
Good morning.
Sorry, I'm not as politically correct as my mother.
Alana Bruder,
1281 94th Street, Bay Harbor Island, Florida. Okay. So as someone who grew up here and I've only had one park, I think it turned out pretty good. I don't think we need another one. I don't really want strangers coming near the island. We do have small kids. I don't think we need traffic. I don't think it's safe. And I don't think it's really necessary. I think it's just a waste. We have a park literally across the street. People come there all the time. I grew up there having parties and things. I don't think it's really necessary. You know, I think it's just going to bring more people and more things that are not really good. And I also think that we have so many parks. We have one on the other island. We have two. We have a tot lot. We have a water park thing. I don't know what that's about. It's kind of cool. But I don't think it's necessary. Yeah.
Thanks, Alana.
Anytime.
All right. Thank you for your comments. I'm sorry.
I didn't have a chance to sign in. I came a little late. May I speak?
Yeah, as long as you sign in later.
I will.
You can speak now. So just name and address.
Lenny Wolf, 9501 West Broadview Drive. Good evening. I've lived in my house for 25 years. And to your point about people going into that area, I walk our dog, I run a lot, I run 3 or 4 times a week. I don't know that I've ever seen anybody use that area. But what I don't want to happen is for people coming across the bridge and feeling like they need to sleep there or do anything there. So in terms of leveling it out, I suppose it makes sense. 100 yards of fill costs next to nothing. So yes, let's go ahead and eliminate any ponding water, although we live in Florida, so it happens from time to time. But I wanted to make two other points, and you've heard these already. One point is there's no parking there. There's absolutely no parking, except in front of the lots that are, I guess one is sold, I'm not even sure, but there are 2 lots over there. And I think it's unfair to that person, unfair to all the neighbors in the area, just to allow, have all the parking where there's no, public spots, so to speak. Secondly, I agree with Robert Finbarb. I think it's a safety hazard. There's no access off West Broadview unless you cut down that little passive area where that buffers the street. So you're going to have dogs running out of there, you're going to have kids crossing there, you're going to have kids crossing across the street where it's a very busy street going up on the bridge and eastward off the bridge. So I really think it's a big mistake to put a park there. We're all against it in the area, and Robert and a couple other people went around yesterday. We have a petition signed by 50 taxpayers who are opposed to the park. I'd like to give this to you now.
If you can submit it to the clerk for the record.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Anyone else? Public comment? All right, just make sure you complete.
Sure, I will.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bobby Salan, 9448 West Broadview, and I'm not against parks. I'm against a park situation without parking. And we built our house a few years back, and I'll just tell you a little story what happened with us when the house was almost near completion. Fortunately, the police were doing their job. Somebody came into our backyard, the house was not completed, went onto our boat, and was fishing on the boat. I'm sure they were casing the house. Bay Harbor police came in, arrested them. They had drugs in the car. They also had a firearm in the car. So I know what a vacant property will attract. So I'm just giving you a little brief story of what happened on our property less than 3 years ago. Well, under construction, so their story was, we were just looking to go fishing. Not too many people come into a construction site to go fishing off somebody's boat in the backyard. So, you know what? I don't think it's a great idea to have a spot to invite people into. Thank you.
Any other public comments? If not, we're going to close it and we're going to have the council speak. So, who wants to start?
I will,
All right,
since I live there.
All right.
I do believe we need a waterfront, we've been talking about a waterfront passive park for a very long time. We do have the money from the TDRs to do that. I just don't think that this small little property is the vision that we want for our community. I think that we do need a water park. I think that we've been talking about it for a long time. I think that we need to actively look. I know that Ron has some ideas of some property that he's close to, looking at to do that. As far as this particular property, I'm not in favor of it. I don't think that's the right place for it. I think that there are, our funds can be used for other more important things at the moment. I think, I do think that, we need to look and we need to make it, like we did the library and our community center, we need to make it a goal for the next coming year to look for a piece of property for a passive waterfront park. If that's what the community wants, then we need to actively look for it. But this particular property, looking at the bridge with no parking and a very small, is not what I consider the goal for our community. Thank you.
Why don't we go down the list? Bob, do you want to?
Sure. I mean, one of the great things about our little town is that you can call any of your council people almost any time and come up with ideas and say, could you put something on the agenda to discuss? And, a lot of people come out, such as this evening, and we hear what you have to say. I'm certainly not in favor of this park because nobody wants it. And so I see no reason to build something that people don't want. We have, over the years, talked about having a waterfront park somewhere, and it's a good idea where people don't live on the water. If you want to put a kayak or something into the water and go out, that's a great thing to look at for the future, but not in this particular location.
All right. Josh?
As I started off earlier on, this follows up a little bit of what Bob said. One of the magic things about this town is the fact that you can approach any one of us. You can call almost all of us, you can get us on the phone, you can ask for certain things, which is exactly the impetus of this thing. When this idea for the park came to me, it was from a resident who decided, who's actually, believe it or not, is from that island, but had stated that they wanted the park there. And that's the reason it made it onto the agenda. Now, obviously, I'm seeing resident after resident in the area does not want it. That's obviously not the intent to try and force something down everybody's throat. The intent here was trying to respond to what is requested. At the same time, I think we do have to fix the eyesore and the swamp portion. What I would like to do, therefore, because we're going to all listen to you, and again, I'm going to say one thing. If you have concerns about anything we're ever doing, contact us. I got contacted only by, I see a lot of people here that are against it, and that's helpful for me to know tonight. I got contacted by 2 people. That's it, 2 that were against it before tonight. And both of them, Bobby being one, I met out there the same exact day. So I think you're going to find most people on this council are extremely responsive to any request you all make. That being said, I'll withdraw the motion for trying to do this, but at the same time, I would like to put on the agenda to fill the property.
So we'll bring it up next month with...
I'll just have a plan for next month.
But can you also observe the property and...
Oh, yeah, I'm going
we
to
discussed? Okay. All right.
It's withdrawn, but just quickly, I want to say, for many years before I was on the council, I sat where you are, and I was a leader, an activist. I brought hundreds of people, and I understand, so I'm sensitive to your plight. A park is supposed to be an amenity that makes you happy. You have maybe 300 houses over there. What's the exact number, right? 210? So if you have 50 people, and I'm sure you could get another 50, it just seems like it's in your backyard, and I don't think, we want to do anything like that and shove it down your throats and make you unhappy. So thank you, and just remember, too, you can send an email anytime. You don't have to send it to all of us. If you want to express yourself and you don't have time to come to a meeting, send one email or make a phone call to the clerk or the manager and just say, please forward this, and we'll get it, and you can send your feedback like that, too, because I know this is very inconvenient. So thank you all for coming.
No, I think I said my piece before, and additionally, I agree with everyone up here. If this is not the location, this is not what the town wants, then it's withdrawn, and that's the end of it. But we do, I think, need to look for other locations for parks within this municipality.
Great. All right, thank you for going out. All right, thank you. All right, we're going to move on with the agenda to number 7. Just give one moment for everybody to leave. Just ask if everyone could just leave quietly, because we still have the rest of the meeting left. So, all right. We're on number 7.
Okay, item 7, consideration approval of an ordinance on second reading, amending section 20-9 of the town code, increasing the monthly base and flow charges for sewer service.
An ordinance of the Town of Bay Harbor Islands amending Section 20-9 of the Town Code, increasing the monthly base and floor charges for sewer service, providing for penalties, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, do I have a motion and a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion, a discussion. Call vote, please.
Councilmember Yaffe?
I'm sorry, I didn't number 7.
Number 7.
Number 7.
4. By the way, this is a pass-through, as is the next item.
Yes, these are pass-throughs to
We,
town.
we pay the county, or the county charges us rather, and we have to, pay them for the service, and so when they increase the fees, we're obligated to increase the fees.
Councilmember Chakotay?
4.
Councilmember Reed?
4.
Councilmember Fuller?
4.
Vice Mayor Bruder has left. Mayor Leonard?
4.
Unanimous.
May I just add, just as a note, that our report from the county this year shows an actual payback, which means that when they trued up the number over the year, it shows that what they estimate versus what we used, we actually used less than what they estimated, which means they owe us money, which means we used less water than last year, which is actually a great thing.
Right.
So, which goes to the infrastructure.
Some of that's to conservation, and some of it's
Right.
due to the better,
We're using
our
less.
lines are better.
Actually, the county doesn't like when we use less.
Yeah, they don't like it, but we do, so, number 8.
Good complaint.
Yeah.
We do the lateral lining.
Yeah.
Consideration and approval of an ordinance on second reading amending section 9-38B of the town code, increasing the monthly solid waste fees.
An ordinance amending section 938B of the Town Code of Bay Harbor Islands, increasing the monthly solid waste fees, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for an effective date.
Motion a second, please.
I'll move it.
Second.
Motion a second, any discussion? Call vote, please.
Councilmember Fuller,
4.
Councilmember Reed,
4.
Councilmember Chakoshay,
4.
Councilmember Yaffe,
4.
Mayor Leonard.
4.
Unanimous.
All right, number 9, please.
Consideration and approval of an ordinance on first reading requested by Mayor Leonard, amending section 23 of the town code to prohibit licensed professionals from engaging in counseling efforts, practices, and treatments with the goal to change a minor's sexual orientation or gender identity.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Bay Harbor Islands, Florida, amending Chapter 23 of the Town Code of Bay Harbor Islands entitled Use Regulations B1 District by creating Section 23(5.2) to be entitled Sexual Orientation or Gender Identity Change Efforts, to prohibit licensed professionals from engaging in counseling efforts, practices, or treatments with the goal to change a minor's sexual orientation or gender identity, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for an effective date.
I'm sorry, just to let the record reflect that Councilmember Fuller
Yes,
also...
I'm reading off
I just want to
my...
make sure, you know, so please,
appreciate it.
you know, please, it's important. We have a public comment. Justin, come on.
What hasn't been moved?
Is there a motion?
Oh, I'm sorry, do we have a motion and a second?
I'll move it.
Second.
Motion, there we go. Come on up. All right.
Justin Kletcha, 6092 Northeast Miami Court. I am the Deputy Director of SAVE, Florida's longest-serving LGBT advocacy organization. I'm very proud to be in front of this council today. Thank you, Councilman Fuller and Mayor Leonard, for bringing this important bill up. We're here today because up in Tallahassee, they refused to ban this hurtful and harmful practice on minors. Being gay or transgender is not a shortcoming or an illness. So today's bill, although it does not solve the ultimate problem that we face statewide, sends a clear message to LGBTQ youth, both here in the city and across the state, that they are wanted, and we want them to grow up healthy and well. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any discussion?
Yeah.
Josh.
I'm just going to start by saying, first of all, despite its name, this is not a therapy. This is an abuse. And the fact of the matter is, it shouldn't even be, you know, a split second in someone's mind to go against this, you know, as far as voting against this ordinance. But, yeah, it's an affront to the idea of therapy. It's an affront to human rights. It's an affront to who we are as a people, that people will go ahead and try to, as they say, convert through some kind of therapy. And I mean, I'm at a loss for words as to just, you know, how aghast I am that this is even attempted. And I'm hoping for your support.
All right, any other comments? Hearing none, poll vote, please.
Councilmember Yaffe.
4.
Councilmember Chakoshay.
4.
Councilmember Reed.
4.
Councilmember Fuller.
4.
Mayor Leonard.
4.
Unanimous.
Very good. Number 10, please.
Approval of an ordinance on first reading requested by Councilmember Reed, amending Section 23 of the Town Code entitled Zoning and Planning to Regulate Vacation Rentals on the East Island.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Bay Harbor Islands, Florida, amending the town's code of ordinances, amending Chapter 23 entitled Zoning and Planning to create Article 6 to be entitled Vacation Rentals, providing for the regulation of vacation rentals on the East Island in the multifamily residential district, providing definitions, providing requirements and standards for safety and operation of vacation rentals, providing a process for issuance of certificates of compliance, administration, penalties, enforcement, and vesting, updating the list of permitted uses in the RM1, RM2, and RM3 zoning districts, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing an effective date.
Okay, can I have a motion and a second, please?
Move it.
Yeah, and a second?
Second.
Can I have a motion and a second? Councilmember Reed, Cindy?
I'm going to ask Mr. Miller to go over the changes that we asked for, we talked about, and then I have a couple questions that I briefly discussed with the town attorney, just some feedback that I got from the community. Thank you.
Sure.
Hi, Michael Miller for the record, town planner.
Good evening.
This is an item we've been working on for several months. The subject is the regulation of vacation rentals or transient rentals, some people call them. The Florida legislature adopted a rule that says that local governments cannot ban these types of uses currently. Your community was able to adopt a regulation to prohibit vacation rentals on the West Island before the law went into effect, and that's allowed to be grandfathered. Now we are allowed to regulate the use in other areas of our community. Many communities are doing exactly what you're doing. They're studying this and they're looking at regulations for these types of uses. The unbridled use of real estate for short-term rentals, whether it's in a neighborhood, an apartment building, a condo or something like that, where you might have an absentee owner and they let a party happen there, just causing problems for a lot of communities. So you had asked us to look at what everybody else is doing and put together some regulations, which we did. Since last meeting, we did some fine-tuning that the council asked us to do. The first was on sexual offenders. If we discover that you are a sexual offender, you will lose your license immediately. We also have a provision that in a room that's used for that, or a dwelling that's used for that, there's a notice provision also. Secondly, the way we wrote it originally was for the RM1 and RM2 districts. We've now added the tips of the island, the RM3 district, and we also allow residential uses in the B1 district, so that is covered as well. We added the provision that the condo co-op be given notice and be given consent. This next one is if somebody owns multiple units and you are using them for this kind of use, if there's violations, they will be cumulative. We will monitor the operator of these, and those will be used in the violation procedures. No subletting was added. We clarified at the last meeting that the occupancy would be no more than 2 people per sleeping room and 2 people for any other.
Mr. Mayor, your time clock isn't working.
Excuse me, you're out of order.
Your time clock isn't working. It's already...
Mr. Tate, Mr. Tate.
Sir, I'm sitting
hold on a second.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Tate, excuse me. Mr. Miller is our town planner.
I'm sorry?
He works for us. He's our town planner. He's not a resident. No.
I didn't know that. If they work for the town, they're not on time.
Thank you.
I didn't realize. Thank you.
As far as inspections, we will do an initial inspection, and then we will do it on an as-needed basis. No more than about 3 years is what we talked about initially. If we see there are problems, we'll do them more frequently. We inserted the most restrictive enforcement that we saw in the other ordinances. The way it was drafted originally, you'd have to get a certificate of compliance, the way some cities have done it, and then get a business license. So we removed the certificate of compliance as requested by the staff, so it's only a business tax receipt now. That's pretty much it. Okay.
All right. Councilmember Reed, you have questions?
A couple of questions that were posed to me by constituents that after talking to the legal advisor, I just want to get them on the record that they're really not feasible. Someone asked if we could make the association accountable if it were a condo, and if we could require new condos to put certain language in their documents, so I don't think we can legally.
That's correct, you
Right?
can.
And then someone else suggested that we include safety requirements like the state has, like maybe requiring that they have an AED or other hotel-like features, so.
Exit map and so forth like that.
Yeah, the AED. And then, as far as, the occupants being in there and the sexual predators, is it enough that, that they the language says that they won't rent to them, but are we going to require them to screen?
No, I was actually going to address that.
Okay.
If I can interrupt just
Yeah,
one
go
second.
ahead.
I was going to say, what I'd rather do here, because it's tricky language that you have in here, but I mean, let's go back to, it says on page 11, I'm trying to see which
Yeah,
section. but
we don't want tricky language, we
Yeah,
want language that works.
Number 8 here. Number 8 here on, where is it?
11?
Page 11.
Okay.
If you take here, I'd rather make it so it's new or should have known as far as renting out to someone with sexual predator, rather than just knowledge, because you're never going to prove necessarily that they have knowledge unless someone, when they make the application, says that they are right off the bat. But new or should have known creates an additional burden on the renter, or on the landlord. Also, going on that same note, I mean, again, I'm just sorry, one more thing on this, but it's a little bit strange here. We have on page 13, section C up top, we talk about sexual offenders and sexual offender residency, that we can have the town manager revoke their license to do this, but later on, we actually have the portion in there as far as a remedy, that the remedies that they actually still go under the warnings. So it's somewhat conflicting. I think we have to be clear that this is a one-time, you rent to a sexual predator, you're done. And I think we have to have language in that section 3 that says, other than in section so-and-so above, where it is revoked immediately, then you have the additional remedy list. Does that solve some of the problems you had in there?
I think so, thank you very much.
Okay. Anything else? Very good. All right, we have public comment? Yes, number 10?
Number 10, no.
Okay, no public comment. All right, any comments from council? All right, hearing none, full vote, please.
Councilmember Fuller?
4.
Councilmember Reed? 4. Councilmember Tricocci? 4. Councilmember Yaffe?
4.
Mayor Leonard?
4.
Unanimous.
All right.
And we'll clean that up.
Number 11.
Consideration and approval of an ordinance on first reading to amend section 17-20 of the town code to allow religious institutions to have exterior signs.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Bay Harbor Islands, Florida, amending section 1720 of the town's adopted code of ordinances to allow religious institutions to have exterior signs, providing for stability, providing for fortification, providing an effective date.
Can I have a motion, a second, please? No motion?
I'll move it for discussion.
Okay, a second?
Second.
There you go, a motion, a second. We'll start with public comment. Okay. We have Mr. Rufield. Oh, there he is.
Paul Rufield, 1231 95th Street. If I remember correctly, because it came up for different reasons, the ability to have a sign advertising a second floor or above business or office on Kane Concourse from an existing building or a new building was adopted that they couldn't have one. Therefore, I think if you're going to stay with that ordinance, that you have no choice. And I think that has to be part of the requirements for anybody that builds on Kane Concourse, not pick and choose who can. If I remember correctly, at the last discussion of this, it was said that the only sign that anyone who has a business on the second floor of any business and or office, or whatever else you want to call it, can be on the directory. The only place they can have a sign. Now, I don't know whether you're taking this into consideration or not. You don't have any ability at this point, unless you void your prior ordinance and have a whole new hearing on ordinances or on rules to change that. And in this particular instance, this is not new.
Thank you for your comments. All right, next we have Kathleen Kennedy.
Kathleen Kennedy, 999, I still love you, John, 9900 West Bay Harbor Drive. I would like this council to be brave today, because this is the first time you're going to go against, you're going to follow the federal law that says you cannot discriminate against religious organizations. So please pass this ordinance for Church by the Sea. I'm proud to have them on the Cane Concourse. I want to see them up in lights. The only thing I will stick to is that that clause is not in the front as you're coming in, but I highly, highly recommend that you pass this exceptional ordinance for the Church by the Sea. Thank you.
Okay. Next, thank you. Dr. Newhut.
Good evening, Dennis Newhut, MD, 1060 Cane Concourse and other properties. I just have a couple of comments or questions. Wouldn't it be discriminatory to not allow other second-floor businesses such as Dr. Kirshner to have ground-floor signs? And shouldn't these institutions not be treated any differently? Shouldn't everyone be treated the same? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, Francis Newhut. Mrs. Newhut.
Francis Newhut, 1060 Cane Concourse. And the question really is, who are you discriminating against? You could see even on the business district today, it's not what you think it should be. So I want to go over a couple of things. I'm surprised that our attorney, the hired consultant, Mr. Price, is not with us tonight. And that is the RILUPA law. And the RILUPA law states that you treat churches or other religious assemblies or institutions on less than equal terms with non-religious institutions. They're on the second floor, then they don't get a sign on the ground floor. Another one, and this is from Mr. Price himself. Once a code requires that a religious congregation is subject to criteria not required of other places of public assembly, it is discriminatory. Can you please tell me on the business district or where we're discriminatory against anything of this type of criteria of a congregation? I don't see it. And believe it or not, in 2006, when there was a temple on the second floor of Eagle Bank, there was an issue again with a religious institution, and Mr. Price helped write the ordinance that you see today. And one of the things there that he states, and I have it right here in my hand, is with clarification that religious uses shall meet zoning code requirements. Well, guess what? That is a zoning code requirement. A second floor usage should not be on the ground floor. And then we have from our attorney, Pat Ballora, and she's saying the Church by the Sea has agreed to restrict its usages to the second floor of its property. So what's the problem? Why are we going to spot zone and give these lovely people who have taken so much out of the business district to be allowed on the ground floor? And it continues to say that if this is the case, then the Church by the Sea is pushing to get its operations allowed on the first floor. So this ordinance, if you change it, will be a problem to all of our businesses and discriminatory to all our businesses.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. All right, next.
Mayor, I asked to be excused from the earlier one for 11 and 12.
Okay.
I'd like to be heard now.
Well, you can be heard for number 11, sir.
Whenever you call.
Yeah, right. Actually, you're actually next, so come on up. Yeah. The only thing
I made a request that it be.
Yes, thank you, you were next.
Yeah, you just happen to be next, so.
I think it's wrong for this council to even consider signs for religious institutions. Religious institutions were never allowed or desired for Cane Concourse. That ordinance was prepared by me
60 or 50 some odd years ago. I think it was in 1957 or 58. There was a purpose for it. Kane Concourse is a commercial street. It's designed as such. It's not designed for churches. We had a Jewish synagogue make an application for a synagogue on Kane Concourse. I think it was in 1957 when this signal was written. They were denied a permit by this town council, and justifiably so. Religious institutions do not belong in the most valuable property in all of Kane Concourse, in all of Bay Harbor. It's ridiculous for this council to give up property that is one of the highest taxpayers institutions and properties in all of the town for a religious institution. The people who want to go to a religious institution know where it is, and they know how to get there. They don't need signs, nor do they need it to be on a location like Kane Concourse. So I think you're making a big mistake by taking the most valuable property you have in Dade County and in Kane Concourse, in Bay Harbor, and allowing signs to be there for churches and or synagogues. That's why that whole ordinance was written by Shepherd Broad. I forget who else was on the council. Jerry Lelchek was on the council. Sadly, it was unanimous on all of our part when we turned down a synagogue for an application for Kane Concourse. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next, that's it for public comment. Amy. Ms. Huber. Good evening.
Good evening. Sorry, I wasn't intending to speak, but I just thought that it was important to kind of frame the issue for a minute. Amy Huber with the law firm of Shubin and Bass, here on behalf this evening by for the Church by the Sea, the owner of 1000 King Concourse. The Church by the Sea is the property owner of 1000 King Concourse. They're happy to be a property owner in Bay Harbor Islands. Under your code, the only place a religious institution may be is within your business district. They're not permitted in any other zoning district. Currently, your code also only allows religious institutions to be located on the second floor or above. I would not say that the church is consenting to this. However, our application complies with this provision of the code. Your code further states that if you are a religious institution, you must be on the second floor or above, but then your sign ordinance says that if you're on the second floor above, you can't have a sign. Your town attorney has reviewed this, is very familiar with the law, and has advised all of you that that violates federal law, and that's why we're here this evening. So we applaud you and commend you for moving this ordinance forward to amend your code so that it complies with federal law. Thank you.
All right, any comments from council?
I'd just like to have the attorney tell us what the consequences are voting for this or against this, and just give an overview.
Sure. We made the revision, the suggested revision to comply with the law. We require religious institutions to be on the second floor, and in so doing, given the fact that our ordinance prohibits signs from a second floor location, our ordinance, the way it was written, has essentially denied any and all religious institutions to have a sign so that folks know where they are located. In so doing, that violates, among other laws, RLUIPA. So we made this revision, and also the revision in the next ordinance, to make sure that we comply in all respects with all laws that apply to religious institutions. It's not just the Church by the Sea, it's anything else that would come in the future. And this ordinance has been changed many times since 1957, and we're constantly trying to update it to make sure that we follow the law, because we don't want to get sued when we're in a poor position.
Nice. Any other comments?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
The Church by the Sea, given that there's a lot of contention about some of these changes, do they want would they be amenable to not having a sign? Okay. I think it's a question that has to be asked. Thank you.
I'm just going to say one thing. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, is that the question? Okay. All right, sorry.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to even comment on the merits of it, because I understand them and everything else. My issue here is just the fact that as much as we say that it's, for all signs in the future, this is obviously focused on one thing right now. I mean, that's kind of clear. And that particular applicant has a pending appeal in front of us. So I have a problem with the timing of this, not necessarily the merits of it. But I understand all what you're saying, but I just think that it's inappropriate to change anything while there is a pending application for an appeal, and I'm going to vote against it for that purpose. If the appeal wasn't on there, I might consider differently, but I have a problem with something when it's pending.
We didn't, just so we're clear, I did not, and Stanley did not recommend that this be changed as a result of the appeal. I'm not concerned with the appeal as far as this is concerned. We needed to change this in order to comply with the law. Whether we do it tonight or 10 months down the road, quite honestly, this is not going to be applicable to the Church by the Sea for a very long time, because they're not, one, they had their site plan approved. Their sign applications will follow long into the future.
I understand that. It's just the problem here for me is that it's an appearance of spot zoning, and that's the problem I have with it. So it's not on the merits itself. I have a problem with the timing. That's not really anything.
I'll just comment on that. It's a matter of law. After 50 years of practice, it is not spot zoning, number one. And number two, you can't entertain an appeal and defend a position relying on a law that's unconstitutional and unenforceable. And that's the problem, and that's what the hurry is in getting this on the books. We have other ordinances on the books which probably wouldn't, in today's day, stand constitutional muster, but did in 1957 or 1965. And I respect what you say, but that's our legal position.
No, and I understand that, and I expect this actually, quite honestly, I expect it to pass. The appearance of it is a problem for me. So that's my personal, it's not on the merits, it's on the appearance.
All right, any other comments?
Yeah, I guess this is as good a time as any. There's a big elephant in the room, this whole battle over the church. It involves the expansion, and a very helpful citizen contacted me last week and said, well, I want you to know, Kelly, that there's a rumor that you support the church expansion, the mall expansion and the Church by the Sea, and you had a meeting. And I just want to say right now that I am totally neutral. It couldn't be farther from the truth that I've had any private meetings other than the one meeting that was arranged for all of us last year, where we got to see the design, of the mall, actually. And, it was the mall people, the design of the church. And we just listened, and, later, of course, they came to P&Z. So for anybody out there who wants to pin me on one side, being pro or con, I want to do the right thing by the town. We have fiduciary responsibility. We want to follow the law. We don't want to get this town involved in an unnecessary multi-million-dollar lawsuit. And unfortunately, we have to listen to the advice of our legal counsel. So it's not an easy choice because, there are two sides. But, I'm hearing that we really don't have much choice in this. So unless somebody can convince me that we do, I just feel like my hands are tied, and I can see physically that, there is a appeal coming, and it doesn't look like it's going to, it's not going to go away. And so that train is moving down the tracks, and so I think if we do not vote for this, we are really just looking for a lot of liability.
If I may, to echo your comment, one, this wasn't a request of the town council. This came directly from the office of the town attorney and with assistance from Stanley Price. One. Two, the next ordinance that will come before you has to do with a lot of the dispersions cast by residents and non-residents about why didn't the town council hear the application by the Church by the Sea. And quite honestly, that too came from council, that came from the office of the town attorney together with Stanley Price, and not from the town council. Both of these ordinances have come from the office of the town attorney to make sure that our code complies in all respects with all laws applying to religious institutions, especially given the fact that our neighbors have had many federal lawsuits in which they've lost and paid millions of dollars worth of legal fees. And we certainly didn't want our town to suffer the same fate, and that's why we requested and made the ordinance changes that we did that are before you tonight.
All right. Any other comments? All right. All right, poll over.
Councilmember Fuller,
Against.
Councilmember Reed,
For.
Councilmember Tricoche,
For.
Councilmember Yaffe,
4, because we're required to do so.
Mayor Leonard,
4.
passes.
Number 12, please.
Consideration and approval of an ordinance on first reading amending Section 23-5, 8.1 of the Town Code to eliminate the requirement of religious institutions to have public hearings in connection with their approved use.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Bay Harbor Islands, Florida, amending Section 23-5, 8.1 of the town's adopted Code of Ordinances to eliminate the requirement that religious institutions have a public hearing in connection with their approved use, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
All right, can I have a motion and a second, please?
Move it.
Second.
A motion and a second.
I have a comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
This one, Frank, I wish it come before 6 months ago, because unfortunately, you know, and it may, well, I don't want to speculate on it. You know, the problem is that having this ordinance on the books all this time has, led to a lot of residents, or a number of residents anyway, talking about the public hearing, which you were just talking about, and why aren't we having a public hearing? And I understand the constitutionality of it and Stan Price's memo and so forth, why we couldn't proceed with the procedure that's outlined in the ordinance, which is still in the books, but it would have, this isn't a criticism of your office, I'm just saying I think that it would have alleviated a lot of the confusion and uncertainty and objections from members of the community if this had been out front earlier on, and from members of the town council, because I was talking about a public hearing 8 months ago. That's all. I mean, this is an ordinance I'm going to vote for because I understand that we're, again, required to vote for it, and I think it clarifies the process that needs to be followed in the future should this occasion arise again.
I'm going to follow up and say I'm in the same boat. I mean, if this is here several months ago, I'd probably vote for it. I don't like the timing of it, and I understand. And if, quite honestly, if it looked like it wasn't going to go forward with everybody else's votes, I probably would go for it. I just don't like it. My vote here is a statement to the fact that I don't like the timing. That's the issue.
We have public comment. Mr. Tate. Oh, Mr. Tate. Begin. Thank you.
For the record, I did not announce my name or where I live, so for the record, my name is Stanley Tate. I'm a past mayor of this town, and I lived here on the city council of town of Bay Harbor for 22 years. I put in the sewers in this town. I built 84 of the houses of 106 in Bay Harbor. I don't think anyone contributed more to the erection of this town, even to the day it was formed, when I flew to Tallahassee with Shepard Boyd for the indoctrination of the town of Bay Harbor Islands. I must tell you that the whole issue of public hearings is more important than probably anything else you heard here tonight. If you didn't have any realization of the importance of public hearings, you had 17 people here tonight for a public hearing because they were interested in something that this town was under consideration. If that many of your residents come to a public hearing, it's important that you not even consider eliminating a public hearing. The public hearing on this church should have been held a long time ago. The whole issue of an elimination of a public hearing is something that is not democratic, and it's not useful or has any purpose. I cannot imagine why this town council will even consider eliminating of the right of citizens to appear on an issue as important as a religious institution. So I strongly suggest you not even consider it. It's something that would be terribly wrong if anyone wanted to be heard, or if a group of people who are residents of this town wanted to be heard before you, who represent them, and they wanted to be announced as someone either for it or against it, and you were unwilling to hear them, and you want to eliminate their right to appear before you as a public hearing. Terribly wrong for any member of this council to deny a citizen of the Bay Harbor Islands the right to appear here.
Thank you for your comments. All right, next up, we have Mr. Rufield.
Paul Rufield, 1231 95th Street in Bay Harbor. First of all, I would like to state that I agree totally with what Mr. Tate just said. I think that the council made a terrible mistake by not having a public hearing and not even hearing it themselves. Instead, you transferred the ability for a vote to an appointed body. That is the Planning and Zoning Council, or Commission, or whatever you want to call it. I don't think you had the right to do that. I really don't. And I think you should check with your attorney and see if you had the right to abrogate your responsibilities for hearing something that was that important to the town to an appointed commission that you appointed. And I don't think that you have the right to continue to do that. And I think if you asked any public official, they would say the same thing. Basically, they're saying to you is that you don't have the guts to make a decision, that you have to turn it over to somebody else. If you don't have the guts to make a decision, then leave your post.
If I could just comment on that.
No, we're gonna move on to finish the comment.
Actually, I'd like to hear the town
Yes.
attorney's comment on that.
You wanna? I do, sure.
While it was on the books and the ordinance as written, as you can see, required a public hearing for religious institutions, the town council did not hold a public hearing because they abdicated any right. The town council did not... Excuse me.
Paul, you had your 2 minutes.
The town council did not hold a public hearing, notwithstanding its ordinance, based upon the advice and direction of council. Council understood and recognized that as written, it was a violation of, among other things, RLUIPA. And the reason for that is, unless and until the town requires a hearing for a movie theater, for any other business that comes before it, we could not ask more of a religious institution than any other business. And that's the reason. Moreover, the town council did not abdicate any right to the Planning and Zoning Board. The Planning and Zoning Board decides matters with regard to the aesthetics and the architecture of structures, and that was all that was decided in connection with the site plan approval. That was it. Had nothing to do with what was going into the building, and had everything to do with the building itself and the aesthetics. And that's the only comments I wanted to make on this. And quite honestly, this ordinance and this revision has once again come from the office of the town attorney to make sure that we are following the law. And we cannot ask religious institutions or hold them to a higher standard than anything we require of any other business. and the Supreme Court and federal law has clearly determined that that is a violation of law.
And on that point, you know...
I disagree with
Excuse me, Mr. Tate, please, Mr. Tate.
Well, I wanted to say,
I understand.
it's not a proper legal opinion.
All right, Bob.
Well, it's okay for anybody to say it's not a proper legal decision or opinion, but, you know, Mr. Bluefield, you ran for office twice, and you understand, I hope, that when you are elected, you take an oath of office, and that oath of office requires you to follow the law of the town of Bay Harbor Islands and the state of Florida and the United States of America, and we're obligated to follow that law, whether we like certain aspects of it or not. As long as it is the law, we are required to follow it.
Yeah. I'd like to say that, you know, I'm not going to get defensive about certain comments or name-calling or accusations. I understand your passion. Mr. Tate, I understand yours too. Very experienced businessmen, gentlemen, passionate about this town.
Also an attorney.
Thank you. And, you know, we have our town attorneys, we also have our outside counsel, and it's a tough decision. I think it takes a lot of guts to make a decision, looking at some of your faces, you know, and people, you know, who we see all the time, whose contributions we respect, and we just have to do what's prudent and what is the right thing. And if we had done this a year ago, it wouldn't be an issue. You wouldn't have been here. I wish we had done this before we knew that the church were even coming here, but the fact remains, it's pretty much a legal housekeeping issue. We have to do the right thing. This might have been detected, you know, in a charter review kind of situation, but, you know, it's a big code and a big charter, so we're taking care of it now, and I think that it takes a lot of guts to do that.
All right, Mrs. Johan?
Francis Newhart, 1060 Kane Concourse. I don't understand this RILUPA law. If you read it in Wikipedia, in the internet, it says the following. And it says, the land use provisions of religious land and institutionalized persons protect individuals, houses of worship, and other religious institutions from discrimination and zoning and landmarking laws. Am I chopped liver? Is the business district chopped liver? Are they being discriminated against because because they could be not having a public hearing? And I love the answer that you gave us with the signs. And Price even said, he even said with that particular code, with the signs, that it was not well written. And then our attorney stated that a fix of a code would be to require all private clubs, community centers, etc., to take place on the second floor above in the business district. So for the second reading, you couldn't put that in, could you? Because you are in favor of this church. It is very, very obvious. No matter what these people come up here, your constituents who voted you in, okay, you are still favoring this church. And I must tell you that this is a dangerous church. I keep telling you that it's part of the BDS movement, and if you don't have a public hearing and you don't hear what people have to say about the PDS movement, you are actually discriminating against us. You're discriminating about our safety. You go to airports now, they check you out. Well, who knows? Maybe Church by the Sea is okay. What about another religion? We don't even check them out because somebody maybe on the council likes them, and maybe they're a danger to the people. But you seem to ignore the safety and the caring of your people. The business district, that's your responsibility. If it fails because of this church coming in, that's your responsibility.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Can I address one aspect of that? It may be important. There's a United States Supreme Court case involving Opa-locka. Opa-locka didn't like the fact that the church was practicing Santeria and specifically killing animals. So they had a hearing, they determined what was happening there, they decided against it, and guess what? The Supreme Court said you cannot determine what houses of religion do or not do. You may or may not like it, but it's none of your business, government, how people practice their religion, and slammed them and reversed that decision. So with regard to those comments, I just want to remind the town council that you're not making decisions as to what houses of worship do in their four walls, and that you're not charged with that either. And no matter what anyone says, that's not your purview, and that's what you've been advised not to do.
Thanks, Frank.
And not lose like they did.
And, I think the fact that we're calling this a public hearing, the language that we're taking out of here, it does not mean that we have denied the public the right to speak. I mean, the last 6 meetings at least, we've heard about it at Good and Welfare, at these ordinances. I've been to the P&Z meetings and listened, even though they don't talk about use, but still it comes up anyway. So I think there has been a lot of opportunity for the public to express their views and their feelings about this, and I've heard it loud and clear. But again, we are doing what we are charged with to prudently protect our constituents.
Dennis Newhart.
Can I make a comment? Or
No.
No more?
No. Dennis Newhart.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Newhart, 1060 Kane Concourse and elsewhere. This brings up a larger question. Is there any master plan for the business district? Why isn't there any encouragement or incentive to promote retail or commercial development there? Has anyone studied the possible effects of religious institutions on Kane Concourse in our town, such as the tax base, etc.? And should another area be considered for religious institutions? Thank you.
I'm going to just say briefly that actually Bob alluded to it, that, when we all get elected and actually have the privilege of taking that oath, we take an allegiance to the state and the federal or U.S. Constitution. And council has opined that what we have on the books is unconstitutional. That is our oath that we take. We have a responsibility to adhere to that oath, and obviously what you're going to see is the result of that. So poll vote, please.
Councilmember Yaffe?
4.
Councilmember Tricochet?
4.
Councilmember Reed?
4.
Councilmember Fuller?
Against.
Mayor Leonard?
4.
Passes 4-1.
Thank you. All right, number 14.
Discussion regarding message boards to be installed in the town. Council had requested this item be brought back at our last budget hearing. We have a samples, basically was submitted to you last time with the addition of a picture that was taken by Kelly this afternoon. And it was a recommended, we were trying to just decide where on the eastbound lane would be a proper place to put a signboard out on the causeway. As you look at the causeway picture, if you look at that green, the davits for the boat lift on the right-hand side, there's a green, I don't know what kind of plant that is.
I think it's Clusia.
Clusia? It hasn't been trimmed in a while. We're going to trim it back a little bit, but it would be a place that would frame out, would be a nice backdrop for a sign if that was the pleasure of the council.
All right.
I apologize for the dark pictures. I did provide some clear ones. We had some copier issues.
I saw it, and I'll still make the comment I made once before that you somehow have it July 10th at noon at 77 degrees. No, that was me. I want to see how that works.
I didn't do that.
Voting for it doesn't get that to happen, so. All right, so here we are, bring it up again. I will mention again that I feel strongly that we should have, signage on the Causeway Island, and if not, I also think that having in front of the government center and also in front of the community center are two great locations, because obviously there's going to be a lot of people, particularly a lot of people that are going to come to the community center, regardless of age, so, isn't it? If it's anywhere close to the, so, I mean, that's just my thoughts on it.
I would just say a couple things. One, before we decide what we're putting in, I'm assuming we're putting one out in the causeway, but, we've talked for a long time about putting a larger sign, a larger Bay Harbor Island sign out there. I think that has to be determined first because, we're going to try and, if we start installing this, then we want to change it around.
If you just wait a minute, I can run downstairs and get one and bring it back up.
But I mean,
I'm kidding.
I think we have to do this in stages. I mean, as much as I want the sign, I want something up there, but, I don't want to build it, then move it, and then have another additional problem with it. I think we have to figure that out. As far as in front of the community center, what I'd rather have, and Jordan, because I want to have something at the community center, but at the same time, the fact of the matter is that's not going to be the highest viewership. I would rather have it when we walk in, I know we don't have it necessarily designed yet, but something we can add in, somewhere when you walk in at the security desk to me, a board behind that actually lights up the information inside, in addition to whatever we're talking about here on the streets. And that, I know you're planning on doing that. Right, okay, so, right, I know there was some screen, but as far as doing some more like that, I think that's better. But, on Kane Concourse, one of the problems we had last time, we started talking about random places to put it. We know we couldn't put it in the median because it was too narrow, without making the sign too small. But if I remember correctly, we had some of the merchants that were all up in arms about the fact that we were going to put the sign there. So, look, at some point, somebody's not going to be happy. We know that. We can't make everybody happy.
When I was, Ron and I, I don't know when we took those pictures, some months ago, we were by the French bakery and the bistro. We were standing there holding the thing up, and somebody walked up, one of them, I don't know if they were a resident or a property owner, and they're like, "Is that going up there?" And we're like, "Oh, we're just looking at locations." And they're like, "I hope it doesn't go there."
Right.
Well, that was the paper that you had, right?
Well, yeah, but it was like the life size. It wasn't paper. It was the sample. It was a sample of the...
Did you start spinning it? But no, look, I mean, my item earlier tonight's perfect evidence. You can't make everybody happy, but but the fact of the matter is this. I think we still do want to get input a little bit more back from some of the merchants there. Try and say, look, it's coming in. What can we do to try and minimize the impact to you while we still have our sign here? Whether it's, and I'm talking about, do we move it 2 feet this way, 3 feet this way? At least something not to anger them as much, if it's possible. But as far as where we're putting it, yeah, I mean, the Causeway and somewhere in Kane Concourse seem to be the most, I'd say the most important places to catch the number of eyes. But again, I think we have to look at what else we're putting.
I will say, wherever we put it, not where the location is now in front of the, by East Bay Harbor Drive and Kane Concourse on the westbound side, everywhere else you put it, parked cars or landscaping really impeded the view of it.
Yeah.
That was, in my opinion, and I'm sure if you got an expert, they would say that is the best spot to get a view of it, of the sign, because you have traffic slowing up for the light. People, even if they could even catch that sign if they were making a right-hand turn northbound onto East Bay Harbor Drive. That store happens to be a pretty big store, so as an impact, it's not like a single-day store where, if you stuck it in front of, one of these, the smaller ones, yeah, it would be probably annoying to them, but in the big picture, that is the spot, I think.
I think you're probably right. The only other alternative I would say is if we don't want to put on Kane Concourse, not in front of Kane Concourse, if we don't want to put it right on that corner, and I'm kind of leaning towards yes, but if everybody here doesn't, what about the possibility where we have the sign now, the mobile, construction sign, actually just doing a bulb out there and building it right there on Kane Concourse? So it's, we've kind of gotten used to the fact that there's a sign there. It's not a perfect spot, but if it is going to be viewed by just about as many people.
And the bulb out isn't the problem. It's usually there's a car parked in front of, we'll park in front of that bulb out.
Right. No, but we can raise it a little bit. It doesn't have to be directly on the ground. You can raise it a few feet. Unless you've got...
you can make them high, but we actually have that scenario where we did it over by
the Bank of America. And we didn't obviously raise it up, because remember, these signs are pretty big.
Right, yeah.
So to raise it up above a car...
No, I'm not saying that high, but we could do something there, like on the other side where we have the sign now. The one that we all want to get rid of. But that could be a possibility if we don't...
the message...
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
And that's viewable only because it's probably about 12 feet tall.
But the thing is, as bad as that sign is, it's effective. I mean, in the sense that, I mean, unfortunately, it runs out of words. People do see it. They all look at that sign. They've gotten used to the idea of, hey, I'm going down this part of the street, I'm going to look and see what time is so-and-so happening. So,
The idea of that one location in front of the Craig Signer is people that will turn right on East Bay Harbor Drive, they may not necessarily see it down there. I mean, I'm certain that they drive at some point down that way.
I understand, and again, it's an alternative. I'm not necessarily sure I'm for it. I want to hear what everybody else has to say, but at the same time, I think we're going to have minimal number of people that are coming from the east turning on that one corner, because they're either coming over the causeway, or at least they're going down a little bit more, or at some point within a week or two, most people drive down an extra 30 yards. So, I mean, unless someone's, most people aren't restricting themselves to that one little spot, but it's possible.
I think, I mean, the council, based on what I'm saying, is agreeing, I'm sorry, Kelly, go ahead.
Well, what were you saying, Jay? You think we're agreeing?
That they're agreeing to at least a sign on the causeway and another sign to be determined.
Yeah.
Obviously, last time I brought this up, no decisions were made, so it kind of just was put on the back burner for a while. But I can come back now with more concrete design, something that, because I know that would be the next step.
And that's going to affect where we put it, because if the design's a little larger, it changes where we put it.
I mean, I think that, and I really like the feedback that you had last month, Kelly, on this, where we do have residents that come from the beach only. And so I think having one, and I like the idea, and I was not on council when this originally came up, was having something in the middle of Causeway Island when you come on, because you can see it when you're coming on. That happens to be my drive every day, so I know it well. I think that's great, and then having something, like you said, in front of the Craig Signer, which you've represented here, we're getting every resident, regardless of where they're coming in, and I would like to see some designs, maybe something that incorporates what we already have on King Concourse. I mean, we have those really nice burrito sculptures that are there, having something be uniform across.
It'll certainly be a custom made, like, the monitor's the monitor, but then the outside, the decorative part is custom made. The ones in Miami Shores, honestly, I spoke with the representatives, and it's just basically off the shelf type of, and then they'll put your town logo on top. And it's fine, but I mean,
I'm busting to get my ideas out. Thank you. So, I had some ideas last time, and I really analyzed it more. And I thought, what's the purpose of this sign? Is this like we're having an election, a once-a-year sign, a twice-a-year sign? And I think we actually put our election signs at that spot in front of Craig Signers, right? So we're already used to having kind of a, plain white wood sign. So, I don't think that the business owners have ever complained about that. It's up for a week every now and again. But what is the purpose of these signs? This is for daily information, almost. Use, like in Key Biscayne, they had a Zika message. Make sure you use your spray. We have elections, we have meetings. Okay, so what's the ideal time? When do you want to remind people of things? You have two choices. If you assume most people are, leaving the house for work, for rush hour. So do you get them when they're leaving, or do you get them when they're coming home? I think it's better to get them when they're coming home, because if we're having a nighttime meeting, which is, the predominant time of our meetings, so if they came home around 5:30 or 6 o'clock and saw, hey, town meeting tonight, that gives them an hour, it's in their head, and they're like, yeah, you know what, my cable went out, maybe I'll go to a town meeting tonight. Or it'll remind them that wanted to go. So that being said, to catch every resident, this sign on King Concourse on East Bay Harbor Drive, facing eastbound, that'll get everybody. And, we live on that northern quadrant, so it'll get everybody coming from the east at the same time. If you had one anywhere on Causeway Island, catching the eastbound traffic, people coming from Miami, whatever we come to a consensus on, this spot actually Ron had picked out, and he thought it was good, and I thought it made sense, because, like you might be slowing down for the bridge, you're going to take the curve a little bit, and we can kind of landscape it in and put it in the backdrop of those, the foliage there, so it won't look so bad. So this will capture everybody, theoretically, coming home. They'll be informed. We'll never get 100% of the people. You're always going to have those who work from home, might not get out. And I think it is a great idea to have that signboard inside the community center, and maybe even another one outside that the kids can see. You know, it's not a bad idea, but it's really going to miss a lot of people.
I have a question, a technical question for Randy. Come on up, I got a question for you. This is kind of dating myself here. There used to be a sign on the bridge. Right. Just, yeah, no kidding. What, is it possible, is it feasible to put up a sign to replace the old sign, but where it's hurricane resistant, but actually put it up where the old sign, or...
Building?
No, on the bridge. There used to be a sign on the bridge. So as you went over the bridge, you saw the sign. Actually, the sign said, "Welcome to Bay Harbor Islands," or "Thank you for visiting South Bay Harbor."
That's going to be a safety issue.
I'm just asking.
That was the one in...
Broad Causeway was a sign, it was a sign on top of like the little house or something. It said Broad Causeway, remember me?
No,
Yeah, I
this was
remember.
on
That
the
was
bridge.
removed.
This was on the bridge between the East Island and Surfside and Bal Harbor. So I'm
Yes,
just...
yeah, no, that sign
Oh,
was
that-
blown down, that was blown down in 2007 or whatever.
No, I know that. What I'm asking is it actually feasible to replace that sign where it is hurricane resistant, where it's structurally sound, where it could serve this purpose?
Something that high would be...
I'm just asking. That's why we have an engineer. So if the professional engineer can get up, there you go. And if the building official wants to also chime
That
in.
town was in Surfside.
Yeah, that's not...
Technically, yeah, but it's
It was.
Bay Harbor Island.
We won't tell them.
Yeah. Okay.
Randy Daniel.
Just asking.
Yes, of course it was feasible to put that sign up again. The sign was taken only the lot when it was taken up because it was structurally deficient and taken up for safety reasons.
Yeah.
But we can certainly put a new sign up.
But we can build a sign, is it feasible to build a sign that is hurricane resistant, that can serve this purpose, but it's on the bridge, so that way it doesn't, obstruct the views of the business district, and also, it's obviously not in the median, but something that, could it serve this purpose? Is it possible?
I couldn't answer that question off the top of my head. I mean, the sign we had there before was a very tall sign.
No, I know that. I'm just saying, could we do something, doesn't have to be the same size or the same type of sign, is it actually feasible?
You have to get a permit from Surfside.
Yeah, that's where it may not be.
You would, yeah.
Right, well, I mean, I'm just asking, because, we're talking, we've talked about this so long, I mean, it's worthy of asking the question.
Mayor, if I can answer this, the old ways, if you put enough money on it, you probably could do it. There's nothing, they could design and build anything, but
But pay the big bucks.
seriously.
Thank you so much. I would be intrigued just to, without spending any money, just to see what it, I mean, if it comes back and it's some outrageous amount, then obviously I'm not in favor of it, but I just wonder what it would be like. Because we're all scratching our heads thinking about which corner are we gonna pick that we're gonna get the least amount of complaints when...
So Ron, make a quick...
Dovetailing back, and I'm sorry, to put a sign, let's say you would replace it like that high, you would have to have a very large message board at that point, because the lower you are, obviously the smaller the sign can be. The higher you go up, you gotta just make it.
All I'm asking is just to see if it's feasible. I'm just asking.
I guess, look, just, I'm not sure I love the idea, I understand where you're going, and I see, but I guess, make it easy. You could call Surfside, just say, look, what are possibilities of us ever getting a permit for this if we need to do it, before we start spending money on an engineering analysis.
We need a permit if it's on our side?
It's going to be...
Well, that wasn't on our,
That wasn't.
that was on land that we owned at the foot of the bridge in Surfside. And, we've had to get permit from Surfside before,
Yeah.
when we did the fence many years ago.
Yeah, I remember.
That wasn't fun. If I just my personal opinion, if it's of any value to you, you should, if you want something on Ken Concourse, you might want to put it where the least amount of impact to any property owner and the most disability. To me, it makes perfect sense to put it in the unofficial future park. There's nothing built there. We have land there, that's landscape, and I don't know if we have enough space, but maybe you can look into that.
On West Broadview, the one we talked about earlier?
Yeah, the Taplin lot on the water.
No, you're talking about the east.
The top one, not on the one.
Right.
No, we don't own.
There's no building,
But are we gonna, but then we're gonna miss out on all the people who,
but eventually they have to go out
no, they
that
don't.
way. That way, most people do, but I don't know. It's not perfect.
I worked
It's
on the
an
beach
idea.
for 25 years, and that was my drive, you know, go home, I would turn there, it'll capture everyone if you get them at the entry point on the east and an entry point on the west. You have a lot more real estate out there, you know, to catch people, and that's the idea. I think if we put it in Surfside, Val Harbor,
In Surfside, Val Harbor, right
if
down
we
there.
did it,
In the median there.
well,
You can't, that's what I was...
if let's say we did it and we said meeting tonight, where? Surfside, Val Harbor, Bay Harbor, we'd have, you know, and then we're limited on space for the digital. So if it's in Bay Harbor, clearly, you know, I mean, you could say BHI meeting, but I think it would be a little confusing. If you're sending a universal message like, you know, use mosquito repellent, avoid Zika, that helps everybody, but this is for our people. So we want to make sure that they see it and that they know it's ours.
Okay, can we move on?
Yeah, I mean, so, all
Right.
right, so we're gonna, all right, so what's the consensus? Or is there none?
I think I'd like to see some design, some pricing for one at the entrance in, to the causeway and one in front of Craig Siegner.
Me too, I second that.
All right, I'm also in favor of at least exploring, doing something on the bridge, between the East Island and Surfside and Bal Harbor, at least, if it's not gonna work, at least we can cross it out, but, you know, that's,
I agree with Elizabeth. I think that's the way to look at it, but at the same time, I guess we got to look again at size, at the design, and everything else, because that's going to help determine where we're putting it. So we need to start looking at that as well. And again, where we put it on the causeway, I think still has to be dependent upon if and when and where we're putting anything else that says welcome to Bay Harbor Island.
Well, I can tell you, we wouldn't put a welcome Bay Harbor Islands in that area by the gas station. It would be well back where the old toll plaza used to be.
I understand, but I don't want to make it look
Well,
like
that's
it's sign
why you
after
would-
sign after sign. It looks
That's why
like...
you would put an informational sign when you're coming into the town.
Yep.
right, exactly.
Yep.
Right,
Not over by the gas station.
okay. All right, so that's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna look at all those options. All right, number 15, there we go.
Item 15, consideration and approval of a private TDR transaction and the transfer of 7 dwelling units from Royal Club Towers LLC, 9481, 9461, 9431 East Bay Harbor Drive, to Island Club Towers LLC, 9161 and 9201 East Bay Harbor Drive.
All right. Mr. Burkham?
Mayor stepped out for a moment, but I guess
Can we wait? Your ranking member.
it's up to you.
I'd like them to hear this.
That's fine, then by all means, we'll wait for a few minutes.
And I'm gonna go too.
Okay.
I'm on my second water.
I guess we just... We no longer have a quorum.
It's true.
Just us?
It's a handsome castle of 3.
Hear that, Elizabeth?
Hmm?
Craig thinks it should just be the 3 of us.
Isn't it always Craig? I think my good luck wore off. We had a good run with early meetings. My good luck wore off, I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
Normally I do go end up placing this that way.
Yeah.
I
They could have sued us. I was absolutely so I'm just saying, that's the other force in the Oh, yeah. That's how's your father? So great. Yeah, still knocking him dead. He loves it. Harvey Freed was my first friend. I had my first appeal with him Sal Horowitz gave me the case, and Harvey won a partial reversal and the information, and so we became friends because neither one of us were. And he's from Chicago.
I'm not sure if he's happier working or the fact that my mother-in-law's happy getting salary. They do great together, but I think they like having their space during 5-6 days a week.
I remember.
Here's the break.
You should know better. He does know. He does. He does. He doesn't want to admit it.
Okay, yeah, well, and then the back of the block, so it's the run upstairs.
Service I might have has done for the town was in the 80s. Remember the vacant land next to the store building that they wanted to build a garage? Council didn't want a garage. Well, then these two people, I really got represented. Okay. And Harrisburg, they were going to build a big garage next to the store property, but reverse it so that it looked like a building on King Concourse. So you entered through the and it would have been cool. But the contract was over. We lost, we won an appeal. Private service and private good.
It's fine. They wanted to. All right.
Sure.
All right, let's wait for Elizabeth to come back.
All right, sure. Oh, you lost the phone. I didn't know she left.
Yeah, right.
This one, she left after me?
Yeah.
So did I left and came back.
Right. Well, there were 3 of us left.
I had to go downstairs.
So we couldn't even actually say we're
I had to go to subterranean parking.
It's an unusual event.
We should just schedule an intermission, 5 minutes.
There she is. Okay. I actually finished the meeting now. All right, so we're going to start back up again.
Are we back on?
Yep. All right, we're good. All right, Mr. Berger.
There you go. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Jeff Burkow. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Burkow, Riddell, and Fernandez, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. I'm here today representing Island Club Towers LLC, which is the purchaser, and Royale Club Towers LLC, which is the seller of the proposed 7 transferable development right units. I'm here with Erwin Tauber and Alex Tauber, who are representatives of the owners, and my partner, Emma. I'm sorry. I'm a little nervous, Laura. You're making me nervous. Laura Tauber and Alex Tauber, representatives, the owner, and my partner, Matt Amster. I would like to reserve a little bit of time for rebuttal because I presume that the administration is going to be presenting an opposite side. And I just want to make sure I have enough time for this. It is a quasi-judicial matter, and as a matter of due process, I need to be able to present my case. This is a request for a private transfer of 7 TDRs from Royale to Island. And by the way, I want to point out your backup for items 15 and 16 are switched. So in order to get the correct backup for item 15, you have to look at item 16, not the staff report, but the documents. Island Club is a vacant waterfront property. Again, Island Club is the purchaser. Waterfront property on the east side of East Bay Harbor Drive between 91st and 92nd Streets. It's zoned RM1, multiple family residential district. We're currently processing a building permit for the project. I'm going to ask Matt to distribute a fact sheet about the Island Club project. The Planning and Zoning Board approved Island House, the residential project, on July 16th, 2013, with Planning and Zoning Board Resolution 1170-A. As originally proposed, it was an 8-story building with 86 units over one level of a partial subterranean parking garage with mechanical lifts and some standard parking spaces. There's an expansive breezeway through the middle. We have a rendering of the project as approved. Just so you know, there's something real out there. The ground level areas and floors 7 and 8 at the breezeway area have extensive windows to create and other glass to create the appearance of 2 separate buildings and appropriately reduce the massing of the building. The planning and zoning decision was appealed to the town council. And this council denied the appeal, and we're going to put both resolutions in the record. For the building permit, the owner combined some units together and reduced the total unit count to 82. So that's a difference of 4, and the building permit is 2016-34. I'm going to ask Matt to put evidence of that building permit in the record as well. So at 82 units, this project requires 47 TDRs. It is allowed 35 units as of right. It's a little bit over 1 acre. So the balance is 47 TDRs. Island Club has obtained approval again from the town council of 27 private TDRs, which is over 57% of the required amount at a cost of $1.4 million. And Matt, if you would distribute that summary of the private transactions that have been approved by the town council. This money, as intended by your town code, has been used by 5 private property owners to improve their existing properties. One of the properties was being redeveloped. That leaves 20 TDRs that Island Club still needs. Now let me tell you about Royale. Royale is the selling, or the donor property, located at 9431 through 9481 East Bay Harbor Drive. Also a vacant property. It's the next application on the agenda, in fact, is going to be for the remaining 13 TDRs that Island Club wishes to purchase, 13 if in fact this transfer is approved. As of right, Royale Club, Royale I'm going to call it, is entitled to 26 dwelling units. And Matt, if you would please distribute the final fact sheet on Royale Club. With no existing units, Royale may convey any of its development rights, it has up to 26, to other multifamily properties, such as Island Club, subject to proper review and approval by the town council. What is that proper review and approval? Well, it's encapsulated in your code section 23-22.2, transfer of development rights, subsection F. This sets forth the standards for approval of private TDR transactions. These are the standards that have governed you for all of your approvals of private TDR transfers in the past. So let's go through them. Number one, the TDR has to be transferred by a deed, and the deed has to be recorded. That's what we're doing. That's all of the documentation that's in the package. Number two, the transfer is to a parcel of land designated as a receiving parcel, such as Island Club, and meets all the requirements of the code. We comply with that provision. Number three, the proposed development meets all the concurrency requirements, or it mitigates for those requirements. This project, Island Club, could not have gotten approved unless it met all of the concurrency requirements. So we satisfy that criterion. Number four, if the transfer is between two private parties, the donor parcel will be subject to a deed restriction. That's, again, something that is in your package of documents and that we will comply with. Number five, if the transfer rights are from the TDR Reserve Bank, that's the public bank, that doesn't apply to this transaction. So we get to number six, which is the only one of these criterion that has a little bit of gray in it. The others are black and white, either comply or you don't, and we do. Number six, the proposed development and density/intensity are compatible with the surrounding area and land use. This proposed transfer is the project, Island Club, is by definition compatible with the area because it was approved by the Planning and Zoning Board. The Planning and Zoning Board has criteria for approval of their projects that require, amongst other things, that the project be in harmony with the area, that it be compatible with the area. There was an appeal, and this board confirmed the opinion and the determination of the Planning and Zoning Board that this project, Island Club, is compatible with the area. And by the way, you've approved other transfers to Island Club. So you have approved in 6 cases in the past that, in fact, Island Club, the Island Club project, is compatible with the area, and the density intensity are compatible with the land use for designation for the project. There's no question it's compatible. So the proposed transfer is consistent with and complies with the town's land development regulations. And I would submit to you that should be the end of the story. Councilman Fuller, you said earlier this evening on another matter, we have to live by our own rules. That's what I'm asking you to do tonight. Live by your own rules. You're going to hear something from the administration about how we don't allow banking of TDRs. There's nothing in your code about banking of TDRs. This proposed transfer does not violate the Royale Development Approval, which is Planning and Zoning Board Resolution 1147-B. And your staff is probably going to tell you that there's an existing town contract that we have, that Royale has, to buy 46 TDRs at Royale. That's for an original approval of 72 units. Nothing in the pending TDR contract between Royale and the town of Bay Harbor Islands prohibits Royale Club from transferring its as-of-right units to any party, including Island Club. Royale fully intends to use the town TDRs as approved for the development and has already submitted for building permit. That's building permit 2016-35. Nothing in the town code, nothing in the Planning and Zoning Board approval for the Royale project, or the town council's approval of Royale's TDR contract for 46 public units prohibits the transfer of this existing 7 TDRs from Royale to the Island Club. To the contrary, this proposed transfer complies with the town code standards 100%, as I've indicated to you, and as we walk through the town criteria, complies 100% with those standards that govern the transfer of private TDRs. I also want to point out something else. Royale has, as a coincidence, reduced the unit count of its proposed development from 72 to 65 units, a difference of 7 units. So a private transfer of the 7 existing TDRs and a full utilization of the approved town TDRs means there's no banking of town TDRs on the Royale property. The approved Island Club project satisfies all the criteria for approval of TDRs. The design fully complies with the minimum standards set forth in the town's LDRs. No variances were requested. The Planning and Zoning Board approved the Island Club design, and thus, by definition, it's compatible. This council confirmed that determination when it rejected the appeal, and it determined that the design, height, and massing are compatible with the surrounding area and other project approvals. The density is compatible with the medium-high density residential land use through the TDR program. And again, 6 times after the approval of the Island Club project, you approved private TDR transfers to the Island Club. So that confirms that it is compatible, and that this transfer complies with all of your code's criteria. So in conclusion, we are asking you to recognize that this project is compatible. The requested transfer is consistent with your TDRs. Is consistent with your land development regulations. It's consistent with the Planning and Zoning Board approvals for both projects. It's consistent with and doesn't violate Royale's contract with the town to purchase 46 public TDRs. And if you approve this tonight, then we will have obtained 34 private TDRs out of 47 needed, which is 72% of the requirement. And again, as I indicated earlier, we will shortly seek the remaining approval of the remaining 13 from the town TDR bank. We would ask for your approval of this transaction this evening. We're available for questions, and again, I'd like to reserve time for rebuttal.
All right, thank you, Mr. Burkow. We're going to have to start with council, so.
Well, let's hear the council's position. Or council's position.
Frank. Mr. Burkow is a fine attorney, but his argument is really nothing more than a shell game to circumvent the clear policy of the town, that the town doesn't sell more TDRs than are absolutely necessary for a project. The TDR agreement was based upon the approved site plan. They've subsequently reduced the number of the density and thus the number of TDRs. The town simply does not sell TDRs to property owners in excess of what is absolutely necessary. For example, the town executed an amendment to agreement for purchase and sale agreement with Mr. Burkow's own client, Fermanos, where when the density changed from them needing 9 public TDRs to only needing 5 public TDRs, we executed an amendment to reduce it under the purchase and sale agreement. And quite honestly, that's the policy that we've taken, not only in that project, in Coy and many others, in which when they voluntarily changed the density of their project, which was done here, and when they need less TDRs from the town, then we always amend our contract to only sell them what is necessary. The town has been very protective of its own TDRs, as you know. The town has only agreed to sell what is absolutely necessary, and it goes both ways. They requested in that instance, and we agreed, as the policy of the town, to sell them only what they needed in Fermanos, and did an amendment to the agreement to only sell them 5 rather than 9, because that's the policy of the town. Essentially, what Mr. Burkow is arguing on behalf of his client is they want to take the TDRs that they presently own and sell them to themselves, really just transferring it to themselves for free and for no consideration, and telling you, hey, we only want to buy what we had the right to buy before once we sell these out, instead of just buying on our new property exactly what we need, which is 20. So essentially, rather than purchase from the town, as the town has always done, and it's only given what is needed, they want to play a shell game. Let's switch from what we have and transfer it to ourselves for free, rather than buying another 7 at the present market rate. And the town has always been protective of what it sells on behalf of its citizens for the present market rate.
Has Royal Club Towers closed on the purchase of these
No.
TDR units from the
No.
town? So they don't own the TDR?
They don't own them. They're essentially claiming this vested right in something they don't own. And that's why I've said it's to me, a shell game to circumvent the policy of the town. It's
So how
really
can
nothing
we
other.
approve, I mean, basically, they're asking to sort of assign the purchase of 6 or 7 TDR units from one entity to another.
Correct.
I mean, there's an assignment provision in the contract if they were to sell the project.
Correct.
To a third party.
Yeah, any owner for that site specific would have the right to purchase 43 TDRs if they need it. And that's how we've always treated it. If they were to build the exact project that they came before you and said, we need X, we need 43 because this is what we're going to build, then we'd gladly sell it to them. And Mr. Burkow's correct. They've complied with everything that was required. They asked for that, and we agreed to sell them that. Now they no longer need everything that we've agreed to sell them. What we should do, or as what we've suggested that you do, is what you've always done. When the project no longer needs the amount of TDRs, to amend the contract. We've done that many times with his own clients. Rather than have them sell their own TDRs and commit us to our TDRs at what's less than present market value.
So the effect, if we approve this, then, I mean, at some point, they would have to close on the purchase before they could, they would have to close on the purchase before they could transfer, because they can't transfer what they don't own. But in other words, they would be...
That's not true. They want to transfer the right.
They want to transfer the right. I understand that. So in other words, they wanted those 7 units to go to Island Club at the Royale Club price, whereas if you amended the agreement, then they would be buying 20 at a higher price.
It's a little bit different insofar as they're taking ones that they already own and are wanting to transfer them so that we will continue to sell them what we agreed to at the rate that we agreed to.
Right.
And that's really all it is. Yeah, but like I said, we agreed to sell it to them based upon what they asked for and what they needed at the time. And they got the market rate at that time.
So basically, they're asking for an exception to what we've always done.
Yes. We've never allowed that in the past.
Well, yeah, this has never come up before. So, does everyone understand what, okay, okay, all right. Just out of curiosity, how do they comply with number 1 if they didn't actually purchase the TDRs yet? Because typically...
They're not theirs. They have a contract, they have an expectation to it.
It's the original deal before we changed it.
Yeah, it's fair, no, it's the same one. It's the same one. We haven't changed anything on this. This is our standard contract.
But they're saying they're selling the ones that already exist.
No, I know that, but...
So let's say by deed, they're switching those.
Instead of selling the ones that are under contract to purchase, they're just selling the development rights which exist on the property.
We want to buy these, but then these that we had...
They would close on
ours at the,
but I don't think that's what you're asking.
That's exactly
what
Yeah. What they're asking to do is, they've already bought private ones, because they can't buy 100% from us. They want to take the private ones that they purchase, transfer it to their other property.
And replace them with ours.
That's not true. That's not what we're doing at all. What we're doing is we have 26 as-of-right units today. We have, how many have we purchased? 27? 27? We've purchased 27.
Right.
We need 20 more.
Right.
Okay? We are selling 7 of the 26 that we have today because there's no units. The property's vacant. It's allowed as of right, 26 units.
Right, that's what we were saying.
That's what we said.
However,
So you're saying you're not selling the ones that you're under contract to purchase?
That's correct.
correct.
That's correct.
However, if you allow this transfer to occur, then you're selling them the full amount, notwithstanding the fact that they voluntarily decreased the density and therefore don't need 7 of what we're selling them. So essentially, you can either deny it and reduce your own contract by 7, or you allow it and you have your present contract for 43 and you sell it to
Let
them.
me ask you something. If they're selling the ones that already exist, I'm not clear. If they sell the ones that already exist, which is what they're doing, by doing that, don't they automatically change the natural density that is allowed on the property? So in other words, what their allowance is there for what they can build, does that alter anything in any way, given the fact that they're now trying to build something based on an old permit?
So if you reduce the base density, in other words, if you...
And they now have to reconform it to current
No,
numbers.
because their density is decreased by 7. They no longer need 7 TDRs. So rather than reducing our contract by 7, they want to keep our contract the way it is and sell out.
Right, but aren't they grandfathering themselves into everything else beforehand, or nothing else?
May I say something? Just to clarify, because this is the way I look at it. The same way that Mr. Brokaw is coming here with an application and is giving you the numbers that they have now and is requesting the transfer, they came here, probably 2013 now, I don't know when it was, put in an application for the 46 DDRs from the town representing that they had the other 27. That was their representation to staff, that was representation to the planning and zoning, and that was the representation to the town council. So reducing the number of their own TDRs should reduce our contract, thereby netting the same thing. So if you grant the private transfer, then you should amend the contract with the town reducing it by 7 units, which is the same thing. Because the town gave those 46 based upon the fact that they had a certain number of density units.
But it also gets me, let me say one thing. One of the questions you put forward was whether or not number 6, I agree with you, number 6. I don't have any problem with that. And that's, I think you win on number 6. Now, that's not an issue. What worries me, though, is the precedent that it sets. Because what it seems to imply is that anybody here can come forward to the town and say, I'm going to give you a larger plan, I'm going to give you a larger project, get the TDRs granted, and then later on essentially start the same process to try and hand them off to other projects. I see where you're going, I see what you're trying to do, I understand what you're trying to do for your client. It sets a bad precedent in my mind.
Well, it's also beneficial to the town to take those 7 back, because they go back into the bank, the town can sell them at some point in the future.
No, in 20 minutes.
In 20 minutes, or to somebody else, but I'm saying at a higher price. I mean, so, we're in essence reducing the revenue that the town could receive from the sale of those TDRs.
Yeah, my comment to you and the policy of the town being very protective of its own TDRs is given the fact that you have been, you haven't sold as much as you could. You've forced and you've changed your ordinances to require them to purchase more from the private sector, and this cuts against the policy that you've enacted throughout.
So let me...
I was going to ask, does anyone else on the council have comments on this?
No.
Okay, all right.
I do, actually, real quick. First of all, thank you for providing these sheets. These materials are very helpful. And everything like that, we really do appreciate it. You do make a great presentation.
Even though I got Laura's name wrong.
We saw her, we can see her.
She'll take that up with you later.
As you know, we have history, and I try to stay very consistent with my decisions, and some of these projects have come before me before, but I really did look at this with a fresh set of eyes and listen to the presentation, look at the materials. I just don't think this item is in the best interest of the town. I'm taking the parties out of it, and I'm truly looking at it, without any concern for who the parties are. So I do have a problem with not, being in the best interest of the town.
I appreciate that, and that's a great comment to begin my last set of comments, which is, I understand that, and if you had a number 7 that said in the best interest of the town, then you might be within your rights to consider that on this request and approving the contract. This is a quasi-judicial matter. You have to apply the law to the facts, and there is absolutely no provision in the town code, any portion of the town code dealing with TDRs, that allows you to consider a new criteria that's not in the code. There's a very famous case called Rose versus the town of Hillsborough Beach that says, and it's for the lawyers on the board, 216 Southern 2nd 258, Florida 4th District Court. It says municipal ordinances are subject to the same rules of construction as are state statutes. Hence, the general rule applies that courts may not insert words or phrases into an enactment in order to express a speculative intention unless it clearly appears that the omission was inadvertent. We don't have any inadvertent omission here. Mr. Simone says it's the clear policy of the town, and that's in your staff recommendation as well, not to sell more TDRs than necessary. I ask you, where is that clear policy? I looked in the town code. I looked in the ordinances and the legislative history that relate to Section 23-22.2. It's not anywhere in the contract that sells 46 units to public units, to Royale Club. Your town clerk says that we should reduce the contract based on the representations. Mr. Yaffe, Mr. Fuller, you're both real estate attorneys. I appeal to you. The contract is clear and ambiguous, and you must read it in accordance with everything that is within the 4 corners of the document. There's nothing in the document that says it will be reduced if you reduce your base density. There's nothing that says if you decide not to use some of these units, we can reduce the number that we're selling to you. There's nothing that says we have a clear policy not to sell more TDRs than necessary. I challenge Mr. Simone to tell me where that policy is, because I couldn't find it.
Sure. Gladly. One, the contract was drafted based upon your client's request. 1. 2, the contract was executed based upon the density that you needed, and only that which you needed, and only based upon what the town would sell, based upon that clear requirement. In addition, that policy has always been that policy has always been followed by the town, and specifically in May of 2015 by your own client, Fermanos. Your own client, Fermanos, decreased the density of their project located at 1170 93rd Street, and then based upon the contract, we could have sold them 9 more, but we reduced it from 9 to 5 based upon the density request, and only sold them as much as was needed, and only as much as the town. So that policy is not only in the application and what they asked for, the town's consideration of it, the town's policy to sell no more than 50%, the town's policy to only sell as much as needed, and the town's policy, which made and was ratified by an amendment to the agreement for their own client, Fermanos, in May of 2015, reducing the contract from 9 TDRs to 5 based upon the lower density. So I have firmly believed, the staff firmly believes, and this council has followed the rule that you will only sell as much as needed. And you have the discretion in this.
Just by calling it clear policy doesn't make it law of this town.
Sure, but the actions of the town do, and the actions of you and your client do, and that's it. That's our.
You refer to the contract being based upon clear representations. I'm fairly certain that that contract has an integration clause, and that contract is read on its own and without respect to any representations, and there are no representations in the contract.
There are. It's based upon, I'm sorry to cut you off. I apologize. It's late.
There are no representations in that contract based upon what will be developed or what they currently have in terms of their base density, and that they won't reduce it.
That's not necessarily true. Let me interrupt for 1 second. I mean, I'm going through it again. I had read this earlier before this. I don't mean to interrupt you, but, one of the things you have here, and if you want to come back and have me go through and analyze it again, you've got the miscellaneous terms in Section 15. It includes, obviously, all the exhibits and amendments that are in there. The exhibit includes the Bay Harbor application, which says that there will be dwelling units of 82. So if you don't have the 82, it's an exception to the exhibit, and therefore you've got a problem with the actual ability for us to sell, because we have the ability to terminate the contract, which we don't want to do. So, I mean, if I go pick and choose through the whole thing, I think I can find something in here that's going to find a flaw. So, I mean, look, because the hour is late and because we want to make sure we get to your next item, I mean, I think one of the keys here is, I think it's in everybody's best interest if we go ahead and take a final termination and move forward. If you want to say something else, I'm not trying to cut you off, but I know you want to get the second portion in tonight.
One last point, and I can have Mr. Amster talk about the Fermanos matter. My firm handled it, but I did not. I don't think it's the exact same case as what's here today. I will say this in terms of precedent. Councilman Fuller, you raised the precedent issue. Your contracts, your town contracts have changed since this contract was executed. And you can certainly change those contracts again to make sure that a situation like this doesn't happen in the future. And if it is in fact your clear policy to do so, that's something that you can obviously direct your attorneys to prepare. And you can make sure that there will be no precedent. But I don't think there will be precedent. And I just want to give you one other development scenario that I'd like you to consider. Let's say Royale went to permit for the full 72 units and closed on the town TDR contract. But then during construction, they determined that there was a demand for larger units, and they reduced the project by 7 units. The owner would then have an excess of 7 units on the property and would be able to transfer them privately. And you wouldn't object. You wouldn't have the ability to object if that happened. And something similar happened on the Serenio project. That happened to deal with private TDRs.
You may have a valid point there. I'm not contesting that portion right now. I'm just saying right now that's not the situation we have here.
I understand, but what's the difference? What's the difference if we did it during construction after a building permit has been pulled, and we do it now 1 month or 2 months before the building permit has been issued? What's the difference?
Because they're closed. That's all it is.
I think that we're ready for a vote.
Okay, let me ask you just one question. By transferring the TDRs over, what would be the new percentage of TDRs that would have been sold to the property? Because obviously it's still over 50?
Yeah, it's in the...
I'm just asking.
Yeah, no, it's a valid question, but it's still over 50.
Okay.
We're fine for that.
All right. I'm going to give you, Mr. Burke, I've done this before for other applicants, the opportunity. Do you wish to withdraw, or do you want to actually get a vote? Because I understand from council...
No, we would like to have a vote.
You want to vote? Okay. Okay, well, I guess we'll have a poll vote. I'm sorry. Oh, there is public comment. I'm sorry, public comment, I'm sorry. Mrs.
There's no
Newhart.
motion.
Oh, there's no motion. Okay, Mrs. Newhart, you want to speak? All right, go ahead. All right, 2 minutes.
Francis Newhart, 1060 Kane Concourse. For over 10 years, people have been following these TDRs, and with the donor buildings and the government. And unfortunately, we have a disproportion of 23 donor properties with minimal amounts of TDRs given. The most I see here is like 5, okay? And then you have a property, the government, where you have large quantities of TDRs being given to these projects. And that's where the money is, and that's what's making our TDR program so bad. And the reason for that is because, like I said, the government TDRs, you only have 6 buildings with massive, over 100 TDRs on them. But more importantly is these 2 projects, because I thought they got rid of them, to tell you the truth. We have laws here with, like, the 50% law with buying government TDRs, and also other stipulations, which our attorney had mentioned. So therefore, with this particular project, you're talking about 2 properties owned by the same person. And just to tell you the size of these units, you've got, on one of them, 82 dwelling units, and on the other one, you have 65 dwelling units. So you have 46 TDRs for 1 unit, for 1 project, and then another, something like 47 TDRs for the other. You're talking massive. These TDR programs were not meant to do massing with government TDRs. We were trying to save the private, and we're not doing it. And this is a perfect example of breaking the bank. And, okay.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
All right.
The only thing I want to say is I have the information with the
Okay,
TV.
thank you so much.
And-
We have, well, hold on one second. Yes, you have final comment?
Yes. I'm sorry, Councilman Fuller, you caught me by surprise by the reference to exhibits and project approvals, but there is no such reference to exhibits to do a project approval. It's just references the property. It doesn't even reference the approval. It doesn't say anything about the number of units.
No, what I said to you before is the exhibits, it does reference back to the exhibits in the, find it again, hold on one second.
Are you looking at the 2013?
And when I said...
Are you looking at the 2013 contract?
Yes. Yeah.
15C.
16. Oh, this is, am I looking wrong?
You look at the other one.
Yeah, I'm looking at the, you're
right. So
it's reversed, that's right.
So
No, it was right one. It was right one. I flipped it before. I flipped it back here. Hold on a second. It threw me off for a loop when I did it. But anyways, going back into it, my point was this, as I said, it does reference, I think when I saw it before, it does reference into that. And if I spend the time and start going...
No, it references to certain representations that are standard representations about...
You're looking at the March 22nd, 2013 agreement between
Here we go. Let's find it again.
Royale Club Towers and the town of Bay Harbor Islands.
Yeah, that's the one I was looking
Right,
for.
because on the section 15C references,
It's right,
this
that's
agreement
right.
includes all exhibits and amendments that are executed in connection
Right, and
herewith,
that's what I was talking about.
whether executed simultaneously with or subsequent to the execution of this agreement, and then it goes on.
And what I'm saying is, if I spend enough time and look through all the exhibits and everything else, we're going to find something with the plans. I'm just telling you, I'm not 100% positive, and obviously we're short for time here. I'm just saying there's a possibility of something in there, so, you know.
I don't think that's...
And there's another provision as well, which incorporates the approval and the resolution approving the TDR request. And that TDR request was specific based upon the density that required 43.
Does the application?
Yes. And that was based upon the approval. And that approval of the resolution was based upon specific facts as represented by them. And this agreement incorporates that as well and relies upon it as part of their own representations. So when that representation changes, thus the contract changes as well. And that's our opinion.
All right. If there's no more comment, there's no motion and no second, so it dies. So, all right, thank you, Mr. Percal.
Thank you. Before you do anything else, did Ron have to...
Yeah, I know. What I'm going to say is, you have another item. We have literally 13 more minutes left. I'm going to take their item out of order. They came all the way from Tampa. We'll get this approved, and then, so that way, as long as your item's being discussed, we can go over the time limit. If not, then we're done. So, come on, Ron, just say.
17, approval of a change order number 23 in the favor of M&J Construction of Pinellas County in the amount of $324,999.87.
Can you have a motion? I'll move it. Can I have a second? Any discussion? Poll vote, please, if not.
Just while you're doing the poll vote, we added a lot of work to the bridge, and we needed to extend the time.
Councilmember Yaffe?
4.
Councilmember Chakoshy?
4.
Councilmember Reed?
4.
Councilmember Fuller?
4.
Mayor Leonard?
4. Okay.
Item 18? Did you want
It's
to...
16.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So now we can get to your item, and if it runs over, we're still okay. No problem. Thank you for coming all the way from Tampa. He didn't say that you were here all the way from Tampa, so, gosh.
It was the people that came all the way from the west island.
Hey.
Ron didn't mention.
I don't have a problem with anybody invited.
You're up. All right, you're up for number 16. Can we just get a confirmation that on 15, that constitutes a denial? Frank, the failure of a motion constitutes a denial?
Yes.
Thank you. Sure.
The first item.
Good evening, Matthew Amster, law firm of Burke, Howard, Allen Fernandez, office at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. Here today representing Island Club Towers LLC, the property owner and the applicant for private TDRs. I would like to acknowledge and carry forward the comments all that have just been made on the last item, item number 15. They are quite relevant, as are even the handouts that we gave you. And we would, based on that denial, reserve the right to any applicable appeal process if we do choose that for that item, which may have an impact on the number of TDRs that we are now here requesting for item number 16.
Let me just ask you one quick thing, because I didn't notice it in here, or I may have skipped, I may have gone past it. I believe we usually have an affidavit or something just showing that the other efforts for the additional ones, did I go past it?
There.
I looked, I read through the thing, I just missed that page.
The list that he provided with all
The list, there's no
places
extra
that
affidavit. Right, that you contacted, that's, okay.
they contacted,
It wasn't an affidavit, just a listing, that's
Right.
fine. Yeah, okay. Then I've got no problem.
It's actually, if you,
Yeah.
it's the only thing going in the opposite
I think
direction.
some of them people with an affidavit or something,
Yeah,
but
but so
that's what I
many-
was asking, you
Right.
just as a list is what I was asking. That's fine. That's fine.
Yes, certainly, with great help from Alex Tauber and his valiant efforts, this is the culmination of over 2.5 years of efforts to try to get as many private TDRs as possible. It's a fickle market. It doesn't work, fluidly all the time, and so we've had some fits and starts, but over...
I'll save you time. I'll move it with the one condition, just at Mr. Ricko's recommendation, that in the event you don't need the 20, that if for some reason, if you don't need the 20, you don't get to keep the 7 and transfer it again, you will reduce back to whatever the number is, back to the 13.
I'll second.
Do you have any other comments?
So, I'm sorry, if
In other words-
if the Island House project is reduced,
In other
you're
words,
saying
right now, you're asking for 20. You're asking for 20 in the...
that is the remainder that we
Now,
need.
If something happens from now until later on where somehow you end up, where you only need the 13, I'm just saying we're not going to continue the problem, as we said before, where you can then take the extra 7 we're granting you and sell them to another project. So you get the 20 if you need them. If you only need 13, you only need 13.
Or some number between 20 and 30.
Right,
In
or whatever
short,
you-
we're only going to sell you what you need.
What you need. But you get them.
And I'll move it.
I'm happy to give them to you as long as you take what you need and nothing else.
All right. We're not done with Mr. Amster's comments.
That's pretty much what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. In other words, I'm saying you're...
That's what you're saying. I think, just so I can be clear, I think you agree to sell them exactly what they're asking for, and that contract has to be signed within 10 days. If, for whatever reason, the density changes, then there will be a provision that because of the density change, less will be sold, so we don't have that issue. But I don't want to be in a position where they're going to have an appeal for 90 days and then come back and say this deal is no good. They're locked into this agreement.
No, they're locked into the agreement, but what I'm saying is, yes, it's you take what you need, that's it. You can't... And
it's not going to be based upon another deal or otherwise.
We're not sending in a provision, we're putting in a provision that you had said earlier, essentially, that from here on out, if you don't need the extra ones for whatever reason, you don't get to sell them again, they come back to the town.
Which is not an admission of fault on the
Right,
previous
it's just...
I would ask that an agreement be executed within 10 days.
Or
Is that amenable?
I'll amend for that.
Is that amenable?
Okay, so, I presume through the town attorney, we're going to get an amended contract, because already with this application, we've submitted and signed,
It would be the same thing, except with the provision that Mr. Burkow had recommended that we make alteration from here on out.
Jeff? I mean, we've made changes.
Frank, in 10 business days?
10 business days. I'll do 10 business days. So I'm happy to do 10 business days.
What I don't want to happen is the following, where this agreement is abdicated by another appeal.
I understand that, but I also want to be fair on the same thing. So my motion's with the 10 business days, not 10 days.
So the motion is for Mr. Fuller, it was seconded by Mr. Colche. Do you agree to the changes? Just for clarity.
I really understand both sides of this, and I think it's difficult in this position. I can understand your desire to wait until the end of the appeal on both sides. With that having been said, I think we have the interest of the town at heart, and we have our constituents we need to look at, and so I'm going to second it.
Mr. Amster?
Okay, so I think we need some clarification. Because I think what Frank is saying about reducing density is one thing, but I think what Councilmember Fuller is saying is we have just gone through a denial that gives us a right to appeal the 7 TDRs that exist on another property altogether that were not on item number 16 even talking about.
You always have a right, but my point being, though, that we can't make, and I think Frank is right, we can't make this contract contingent on resolution of another potential appeal. What you would have here is the ability to make sure you're secure in getting the TDRs that you want for this project. And all I'm saying here is using what you had recommended before, Mr. Burkow, essentially saying that we're going to take our standard contract, we'll give you 10 business days, not the regular 10 days, 10 business days to go under contract for what you need, nothing more. If for whatever reason, and I'll leave it open like that, there is later a reduction in what you need, you don't get to then sell the extra ones of this project, and that has nothing to do with the other project, of this one to another third party. You get what you want for this project. You get everything you need for this.
And that doesn't limit your rights.
We're talking about, yes.
This project only.
Basically getting the 7 that would be from the other property, and that we would then reduce.
No, I'm not saying that.
Yeah,
the contract would be specific for this project, and if you voluntarily reduce your density, then the contract would be reduced accordingly, but not contingent upon anything else.
Right. You're essentially, based upon your statement earlier, we are going to, I would hope, inform all future contracts along those same lines, so that there is the ability for a reduction in the event there's a lowering of density.
I understand that, but by the same token, if we were to prevail on item 15, and there is a restoration, we are able to transfer 7 from Royal.
This is once again a shell game.
But the problem is, no, I understand. I'm trying to make it a happy meeting for everybody.
Then we'll only need 13.
But here's
for
the
the
issue.
public.
Here's the issue. We're kind of in a scenario where, it's a very tricky situation. We can't make one necessarily contingent on the resolution of something else. The projects, we have to look at them individually.
I'm not asking-
Right, no, I understand. But what it would happen, I would assume, and I'm not, this is not an official stance of the town or anything else, and council would say it, if you appeal and are successful in the ability to transfer other ones, you may, and I'm not saying yes or no, may have the ability to then transfer those to another third party or something else under that same argument that you made earlier. So you would still have a value or whatever it is there. It might not be lost if it exists. But I'm saying for this project, if you want to go ahead for this second project, I'm happy to provide, with council, the TDRs that you're requesting. That's for this project. It can't be contingent on something else.
Or deny it, and let their appeal go forward.
Are you amenable to that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We do have a public comment, so, Mrs. Newhart?
Francis Newhart, 1060 Kane Concourse. As I previously told you, for 10 years we've been following these TDRs. And he mentioned that on this particular project, they received for private 27. On the deeds that they paid for, I only have recorded 22. So please check that to make sure that it's not 27 TDRs privately that were bought, because the deeds do not show that. The other thing I wanted to discuss was these TDRs were supposed to do something. They were supposed to help the town. I don't see that, and the community does not see that. We do not have a waterfront park. We do not have services that we should really deserve with these TDR monies. So what I'm asking of you is, this gentleman here has a lot of properties that he's developing. As a matter of fact, he's got one business on the business district. And what I'm asking from them, if possible, is with exchanging. In other words, that one of the properties, we make a waterfront park, and give them what they want with the 2 others, including the parking for their restaurant on the Kane Concourse and the Gateway. Thank you.
Didn't expect that one. All right. Did you have any other further comments, Mr. Burkow? No. Okay. I just want to give you the opportunity, so. All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. Does it require a poll vote? It does not, so. All right, so all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone against?
Opposed.
All right, so Councilmember Reed opposed.
Thank you.
That's approved with all the conditions.
Correct. As a
incorporated therein.
Absolutely. Okay, can I have a motion to adjourn?
You have 1 more minute.
I actually, you want to go by that clock or the?
It's up to,
There we go.
First one, discussion requested by Councilmember Chakotay with regard to the requirement for the council approval of construction trails as required by Section 23-47 of the Town Code. You have a copy of the code.
You want to make that motion?
I want to make that motion. My thought process behind this was essence of time.
And Josh wants to make that second?
I need clarification what it is that you're doing.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what it is that we're...
I wasn't either, so I'm not seconding it.
In previous conversations with the town manager, this actually came up, a couple of agenda items came up on this earlier in the last couple of months, in looking for specifics on putting a trailer out.
Yes.
And what Ron and I had spoken about was that we generally allow a trailer up to a certain amount, and it's exceptions that typically wind up coming. We only have, as we keep saying, until 11 o'clock, which we all know we're against it, to talk about important items of the town. If we already have a precedent that we're providing a certain size of trailer onto every lot that has construction, I don't understand why they need to come before us to discuss something that we already allow.
I thought they only come before us if it's not the standard size.
Right, we don't have, we tried some time ago to set a standard and have an ordinance. It did not pass, it didn't go anywhere, that's why I provided it. What I'm suggesting is that anything that's above 10 by 44, we bring to you. Anything that's below that, with your permission, we approve administratively.
Motion.
I mean, we have, a sample from last time we discussed, so.
I haven't found an issue with the way it's running. There aren't that many of them, and I think we tend to want to help the location of where it's placed. That tends, not so much necessarily the size we've talked about, but a lot of times we all say here, we've heard from residents who want to move it a little bit here, a little bit this way. I like having the say in that.
And I don't think that we're really
done anymore, because that's usually on their consent, so you don't discuss it.
But we have, when they come here, and we start saying, can you move it a little further over on this side, they've usually
The
conformed.
hotel we did.
Yeah.
We did with the hotel,
Right.
that was more just.
But the thing, these projects are in development for so long before they actually, they have plenty of time to come before the council for a proposed trailer. if they
It
need
also
to,
gives
but-
opportunity for the public to weigh in too, if it's an item on the agenda.
It's usually on their consent. It's become pretty
Right, but if
routine.
somebody were to come in and have an issue, we
Mhm.
would pull it, or I would pull it, if somebody
Right.
said, I want to discuss that.
We don't,
Yeah,
I mean, we discuss-
we discuss where those trailers are going, and we are very sensitive to where they go and how big they are. So it was really just to streamline it, and as Marlene put it,
yeah.
it's for the little ones, and we really try to nail them and keep them small, keep them where
How
they
about
are.
if you send us an FYI, like an email or something, and say, we're planning on approving this unless you have an objection and want us to put it on the agenda.
Those are those administrative approval reports that we get, right?
We don't have that many.
Yeah, we don't do it often, I mean, I know.
The one thing that I noticed with the ordinance, like what was previously, I actually read it, was that I noticed there's no stipulation that we normally have as far as the defaults to the manager. So the one thing that I was actually going to mention was have that the location approval be approved by the town manager, and then if the manager and the applicant couldn't agree, that would be appealed to the council. So in other words, if the manager couldn't figure out an area and said, this is where I think you should put it, and the applicant didn't want it, then they can come to the council, and then the council can decide it. But a lot of times in our ordinances, we defer to the manager to make those decisions. It's not in this sample, in this ordinance that was previously written, but that doesn't mean you can't just put it in first reading.
You'd be surprised how many times they actually do try to put it in the wrong location, and we revise it.
That's what I'm saying.
And we, before you see it, it's already been moved out of where they...
Yeah, we have a process where we meet with them, everyone meets with them, the staging meeting, and that's done. The issue was, it's become such a routine issue that they come in, most of the construction projects have a trailer, and if it's smaller than that size, it really doesn't really have much impact.
Okay, can we put that on first reading and then we can discuss it?
I don't like that ordinance. We never liked that ordinance. That was the issue.
All right, so what do you want to do? Do you want to put...
We'll revise it?
You want to revise it and put it on for first reading?
Revise it to what? Do you agree on something?
As what she said, that over a certain size, if there's a regular
Okay,
that,
that's fine.
And I would ask that you insert what I asked as far as default to the manager. If not, then it comes to council. Okay? All right, motion to adjourn, please? A second? All right, there we go. 11:05. I blame...